This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol Live. It's a freaking Wednesday, and it is the freaking night of the very first Republican presidential primary debate. And we have a shit ton of news coming out of Georgia. We've got an hour until the debate starts. Immediately following the debate, we're going to do the Tucker Carlson Trump interview. Remember, if you're on YouTube, we're going... I don't think you guys heard that, but my God. My God. Did you guys hear that? It was certainly in my headphones. No, it's this video I've got queued up over here for you guys. It has a wonky noise under it. Yeah, but I heard it. It was like an alarm going off. You'll see the video here in a second. But if you're on YouTube, we're going to have to part ways with you guys at 9 o'clock. Because I'm afraid that Fox is going to do a takedown notice on me if I air it live. Now, the RNC is airing their stream on Rumble of the debate. I think I will be fine as long as I'm not live. I think Fox would file a takedown notice if I was live. So we'll put the show up after the debate. But we encourage you to come join us on. We'll take D Live and we'll do Kick. D Live and Kick. And then I will put the stream up on Odyssey and Spotify directly after we finish with the debate. And then I'll put it up on YouTube tomorrow. I'm going to see if Vosh and Hassan, if they did the debate, if they got a takedown notice. I'll wait and see how it actually plays out on YouTube. I think you can, Tones. I don't think you have to have an account. I think you can just watch the feed. And if you would like to watch the feed on D Live or Kick and you would still like to be able to comment, you can use the Discord. There is a show live chat on Discord. Now, we've got about 55 minutes here. We got about 55 minutes here. I figured you guys, being the well-educated chat that you are, would like me to... somebody else would have to do that. You'd have to sweet talk Warlord into streaming it because of my board. I can't do the audio over into Discord at the same time. It's funky. I need to get a new board. You'd have to talk someone. Maybe you could talk Chainsaw if Chainsaw comes along. Chainsaw would know how to do it. And then you can get a Discord stream going as well. But I tried to fix that up one time, but unfortunately, because of the shitty ass board I've got, I can't do it. So because I know you guys are and tomorrow Trump will be handing himself over to Georgia authorities. It will not be an arraignment. All of the defendants will be arraigned together. The date was September 4th, 5th. We'll get to that here in a second. So in Georgia, you are actually booked and arraigned separately. That is the right channel, Tones. So Trump will just be booked in tomorrow, and we will indeed be getting a mugshot. Here's your meme of the day. We'll always have the 4 seasons of Rudy. Multiple mugshots released today. Jenna Ellis. Here is the Kraken. Sidney Powell's mugshot. This was the woman that let them into the elections office where they tampered with the voting machines. This is Kenneth Cheesebro. Kenneth Cheesebro. Once again, if my name was Cheesebro, instead of trying to commit a fascism, I'd be like a deli counter attendant, you know? Somebody come up and be like, I'd like 2 pounds of cheddar, Mr. Cheesebro. Why you doing that? I believe this is one of the fake electors. I don't remember his name off the top of my head. He doesn't look too happy. This guy looks incredibly happy. The thing that makes me the most happy about all the news coming out of Georgia earlier today, you can see this is the state of Georgia versus Mark R. Meadows. This matter appears before the court on defendant Mark Meadows' emergency motion for immediate removal or to prohibit his arrest. Having reviewed the motion and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office response in opposition, the court denies Mark Meadows' motion. Jeffrey Clark also having his motion denied. They will be arrested by the end of the week. Meadows is apparently cooperating with the feds. That's why he hasn't been indicted on the federal level. That is the speculation. So he was trying to get it moved out of state court because he thinks he's good on the federal level and Jack Smith will let him off for his cooperation. This is Rudy Giuliani. I can't make it stop. That's the noise I was hearing. This is Rudy Giuliani leaving a bail bondsman's office in Atlanta, Georgia. This was a second chance bail bonds in Atlanta, Georgia. A second chance bail bonds. Rudy is now having his legal fees picked up by Donald Trump. Apparently, Trump has heard Rudy's veiled threats and will now be picking up the legal fees for one Mr. Rudolph Giuliani. I find that to be significant. Yes, clinically, yes. I find this to be significant. They've actually set up a website to raise money for Rudy's legal defense. This is significant because I do believe, had Trump not done this, Rudy was going to be like, I'm going to talk. I'm going to tell him everything. We now have indication that multiple people have flipped, and it should come as no surprise to anybody because these are the least ethical, most unscrupulous people on the fucking planet. Judge denies Meadows Clark's attempts to block their arrest in Georgia. A federal judge on Wednesday rejected requests by former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and Trump Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark to block their arrest in Fulton County, Georgia. Both Meadows and Clark sought to block their arrest ahead of Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis's Friday deadline for defendants in the case to surrender. They had argued their arrest and the state proceedings should be halted while they attempt to move the case to federal court. U.S. District Judge Steve Jones, an Obama appointee, denied both men's request in a separate 6-page ruling late on Wednesday afternoon, only hours after Willis voiced opposition to the demands. Though Jones has not yet decided whether the charges must proceed in federal court, his pair of decisions clears the way for Willis to arrest Clark and Meadows if they don't surrender by Friday. Willis previously suggested to Meadows' attorney that she would issue arrest warrants at 12:30 p.m. Eastern on Friday if he missed the deadline, court filings show. Willis last week charged Clark and 18 others, including Meadows and former President Trump, in a 41-count indictment stemming from efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Whew. Rudy's mugshot. Donald Trump's co-defendants reported to the Fulton County Jail in Georgia after being indicted last week by District Attorney Fani Willis. Among them were Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, separately, Mark Meadows and Jeffrey Clark have tried to avoid their arrest, but now have until Friday. There's all the different mugshots. I showed you those a little bit ago. There was a tweet that had the preview for Tucker Carlson and Trump. And it was right in that blog. And that's the reason why I pulled this up. But the Guardian has thwarted my plans. Here we go. So this is your teaser for tonight's interview that we will be watching directly after the Republican primary debate taking place at 9 o'clock.
Tonight in Milwaukee.
Well, you know, a lot of people have been asking me that.
When you say there are people on stage who shouldn't be running for president, who do you mean? Whatever happened to Mike Pence? He's out there attacking you. What is that? Do you think Epstein killed himself sincerely? Do you think we're moving towards civil war?
It's good to have you at Bedminster. It's very nice.
I love it. You're saying they stole it from you last time. Why wouldn't they do the same this time?
Oh, well, they'll try. They're going to be trying. Mitch McConnell was trying to get senators to impeach me.
Yes, first we have the GOP presidential primary debate, 9 till 11 o'clock. Directly after, we are going to watch Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump.
Crooked Joe Biden is so bad. He's the worst president in the history of our country. I don't think he's going to make it to the gate, but, you know, you never know.
It started with protests against you, then it moved to impeachment twice.
Right.
And now indictment. Are you worried that they're going to try and kill you? Why wouldn't they try and kill you, honestly?
They're savage animals. They are people that are sick.
So do you think it's possible that there's open conflict?
I can say this. There's a level of passion that I've never seen. There's a level of hatred that I've never seen, and that's probably a bad combination. We're doing this interview, but we'll get bigger ratings using this crazy forum that you're using than probably the debate.
Tucker on X. There you go. There is the hype for the Tucker Carlson interview later on tonight. But I know you guys want some news. We got other news to talk about besides Trump, the election, all that good shit. Let's go into it because, oh my God, today has been a wild news day. First off, a couple of stories dealing with air travel. India's historic Chandrayaan. I should have found out how to say that before I pulled up this story. The moon landing celebrated by ISS astronauts. So India has landed on the moon, becoming the fourth country to do so.
We shall be having the fine braking phase, which will continue for nearly 3 minutes. The whole phase is being driven by the autonomous landing sequencer and there is no intervention from ground.
जी हाँ आरुषि, अभी आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकती हैं कि जो करंट altitude है
Exactly, clinically, exactly. They're probably going to say it eventually.
जी हाँ, हम अपने जी हाँ, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी
I don't think they're declaring holy war.
के लिए दक्षिणी अफ्रीका के जोहान्सबर्ग से जुड़ गए हैं.
The picture of Narendra Modi up there in the right-hand corner. Kind of creepy. CW, what's up? Warlord, clinically. Ray, everybody, welcome in. Simp.
Yes, we are privileged to have with us Honorable Prime Minister of India,
Tones.
Narendra Modi ji, who
Jelly.
joins us from South Africa's Johannesburg to encourage us.
That's a fucking live shot emoji too.
एटीट्यूड होल्ड फेस भी बहुत ही आसानी से लैंडर फेस ने पार कर लिया है और अब फाइन ब्रेकिंग की शुरुआत हो चुकी है। अभी हम ये देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की ऊंचाई लगभग 5.6 किलोमीटर है, जो कि
We're going to see them cheering this on here in a second.
800 मीटर हो जाएगी।
Warlord says it's boring, but this is actually pretty historic. DJ Dub, we will be on Kick and D Live come 9 o'clock.
That the sensors are performing nominally, and we are currently in the midst of the fine braking phase, which is going to continue for 3 minutes, and the altitude is going to be reduced to nearly 800.
Really? Is that true?
जी हाँ, जैसा कि आरुषि जी ने बताया कि लगभग 3 मिनट के उपरांत लैंडर की हाइट लगभग 800 मीटर वर्टिकली होगी और यहाँ पे लैंडर की हॉरिजॉन्टल वेलोसिटी।
Now remember, Russia actually crashed into the moon a few days ago. They were not able to pull this off. India
We can see the visual.
pulling this off earlier today, landing on the south pole of the moon.
831 kilometers.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते
Mary Jane, if you're in here, I totally have the entire body cam of that teacher showing up at school drunk. It's 30 minutes long. I thought about watching it before the debate.
To the moon's surface, nearly 2.6 kilometers, as we can see.
Raven Poe. Good evening, everyone. So this was earlier today. India becoming the 4th country to land on the moon and the first country to land on the South Pole.
जी हाँ, अभी आप देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की ऊंचाई लगभग 1 किलोमीटर के आसपास है।
Just under 45 minutes from the start.
We are nearing the final phase of the power descent.
Oh yeah, I'm not even monetized on fucking
The
Kick
vertical
yet.
descent phase or the local navigation phase.
Meat Cakes, good evening.
जी हाँ, अब हम फाइन ब्रेकिंग वेज के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं।
There we go, they landed.
सुन सकते हैं कि हम लोगों ने तीसरे चरण को भी बहुत ही सफलतापूर्वक हासिल कर लिया है और अभी हम वर्टिकल डिसेंट फेज में आ चुके हैं, जिसकी शुरुआत भी बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से हो चुकी है।
So once again, they are the first country to land on the South
Lot
Pole.
of applause indicates that till now the performance has been nominal. We are in the vertical descent phase 1. The altitude is being brought down from 800 meters and we are nearing and approaching the lunar surface.
जी, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर का हाइट लगातार कम होता जा रहा है। इस समय हम लैंडिंग साइट के जस्ट ऊपर हैं और इस समय इसकी ऊंचाई लगभग
Once again, Russia attempted this within the last week and crashed their rocket into the moon.
लगभग 150 मीटर के ऊंचाई पे पहुंचने के बाद लैंडर अगेन लगभग 20 से 22 सेकंड के लिए हॉवरिंग करेगा।
We are above the landing site. The horizontal as well as the vertical velocity is now being constantly reduced. And the lander module has begun its descent towards the landing site.
So once again, we are 40 minutes from the GOP debate. We're going to have to say goodbye to YouTube just to make sure I don't get another strike.
जो पथ निर्धारित किया गया है, लैंडर पूरी तरह से उसी को ही
If you don't want to sign up for Kick or D Live, you should be able to watch the stream without signing up. If you'd still like to comment, you can use the Discord. I will be putting the stream up on Spotify and Odyssey directly after. This was an unmanned mission. Unscheduled rapid landing. Oh, you meant Russia.
Which will have the lander module hovering at nearly 150 meters above the lunar surface.
जी हाँ, आप इस तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट को सुन सकते हैं, जो कि सेकंड हाइब्रिड फेज के कंप्लीट होने के बाद इन सारे वैज्ञानिकों के द्वारा की जा रही है। जी हाँ, आप अगर फिर से ध्यान से देखें तो एल्टीट्यूड पुनः कम होता जा रहा है। अभी हम लोग लगभग
So you can see it is approaching 100 meters from the surface.
The sensors that are updating at this point are providing confirmation of the safety of the landing site.
As expected, the retargeting is going on, and this is a very good signature for the lander. अभी आप ये देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की ऊंचाई लगभग 65 मीटर।
Man's got a nice beard. You gotta give him that. That is Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Only 2 engines are now being fired, and we are near
Nice beard for a fascist, indeed.
velocity, vertical and horizontal. We were hovering, and now we are
One of the most popular fascists in the world, too.
धीरे-धीरे लैंडर की वेगमान को कम किया जा रहा है और हम अब लगभग 50 मीटर से भी कम आ चुके हैं।
And another one of the leaders that I warn about a lot that come to power in a popular movement and then turn fascist.
Who is here to encourage us, and he
Seems to happen more often than not.
जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल
people are applauding. Let us all wait to hear from the Secretary Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Shri S. Somnath.
लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा के सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है।
So India becoming only the 4th country to land on the moon.
अब हम ये कह सकते हैं कि चंदा मामा अपने घर
And the first one to land on the South Pole.
The hard work of the entire ISRO community has come to fruition.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, नमस्कार। Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon. Sir.
So there you go. Historic lunar landing for India. Let's go to another historic landing, this time in Russia. This one should come as a shock to no one. We all predicted it would happen. The Wagner boss Prigozhin was on a crashed airliner, Russian Air Authority says. The speed of Russia confirming Prigozhin was on board says it all, according to the British MP Alicia Kearns. We're reading from the BBC. Wagner boss Yevgeny Prigozhin was on a plane that crashed in western Russia, according to the country's aviation authority. His name was on the list of those declared as traveling on board. The Russian Emergencies Ministry said the private aircraft came down near the village of Kozinkino, killing all. It was a private jet, killing all on board. The ministry says the jet was flying from Moscow to St. Petersburg and that 10 people were on board. 10 bodies have been found at the crash site, according to state media. Prigozhin has been keeping a low public profile since heading a short-lived mutiny in June, which lasted only 24 hours. He last appeared in a video earlier this week, which he said to have been filmed in an unspecified location in Africa. Libertad. The Wagner mercenary group was founded in 2014, was highly active in the Ukrainian war until June.
Yevgeny Prigozhin took an unorthodox route to becoming a powerful figure in Russia. In 1981, he was sent to prison for robbery and theft. And when released in 1990, he became a hot dog salesman in St. Petersburg. But by 1997, he was running a top restaurant and winning lucrative catering contracts. Those brought connections to the top. Prigozhin even served food to world leaders and to Putin himself. And Prigozhin's role was becoming about much more than food. In 2014, Russia annexed Crimea and launched an insurgency in eastern Ukraine. Prigozhin was involved. Of that time, he said, a group of patriots was born, which later acquired the name Wagner Battalion. And soon, the Wagner group reached far beyond Ukraine. The FBI accused Prigozhin of interfering in the 2016 US election. In Syria, Wagner fighters supported pro-government forces. More recently, there are multiple reports of Wagner's military and commercial activity.
But to be fair, who didn't interfere in the 2016 election? Raise your hand if you didn't interfere in the 2016 election.
In Africa, with the EU accusing the group of committing torture and extrajudicial, summary or arbitrary executions and killings. And then came the war. When Putin wanted to give his invasion of Ukraine impetus, Prigozhin and his fighters were called in. But as Wagner's death toll grew, so did Prigozhin's fury, expressed first in video rants and then in a short-lived mutiny. In the aftermath, Putin condemned the mutineers and traitors.
We will only be on YouTube for about 30 more minutes.
No arrest followed. And we asked, why wasn't Putin punishing Prigozhin? Perhaps he was biding his time.
Yeah, sorry about that, Sip. I can't sacrifice my YouTube channel. I can't get another strike. I'm afraid Fox will take me down. CNN took everybody down when they did the Trump town hall. I was on Kick only, so I didn't get taken down. So that's why we're going to be on Kick and D-Live. You should be able to watch, even if you don't have an account, if you guys are on YouTube, I believe. Now, let's bring it back to the United States, and I'm going to need a update on this story here in a little bit. Because this is from a couple hours ago. This was an active situation. We're going to Pittsburgh. Dustin, good evening. Yeah, like taking Russia's word for it, but also I could imagine that Putin also wanted him dead, so I totally believe that he's dead. It's one of those things. So, apparently it was just another day in mass shooting USA. We have an active gunman situation, at least as of a couple of hours ago. This one we might be on board with, though, because a community that they were trying to evict or some shit. Let's get the story here from the AP. Gunfire erupts as an occupant faces eviction. Gunshots rang across a neighborhood in Pittsburgh after someone reportedly facing eviction began firing from inside a home on Wednesday. Sheriff's Department says a sergeant leading the eviction notice detail sustained an injury unrelated to the gunfire, but he's doing okay, unfortunately. Hours into the siege, witnesses say they heard hundreds of gunshots, and officers have evacuated residents on the same block. The shooting drew a large police presence to the neighborhood along with other emergency responders. I mean, I'm from an area where historically they used to band together and stop the coal companies from being able to foreclose on people's homes. They would definitely shoot at the law. Let's get an update on this. I believe this is reporting from a 6 o'clock news report in Pittsburgh.
Well, Mike, officials telling us that this all started when an eviction notice was issued to the suspect, William Hardison. Now, I want to show you just the scene that's still here tonight so that you can get a glimpse of just how extensive this investigation will be. You can see SWAT officers, various police agencies, as well as EMS still here on scene for this very active investigation as detectives gather evidence inside the home. Now take a look at this photo. This is the suspect, William Hardison. This standoff ending when he was killed in an exchange of gunfire.
All this for an eviction.
All day on the ground and in the air to capture the
Yes, Warlord Terry Funk, a legendary NWA, WWF, WCW, wrestled for all the companies. Passed away earlier today. He's been doing pretty bad for a while now. I'm very sad to hear about the Funkster. Huge fan of Terry Funk, but like, I feel sorry for this dude. To be that hopeless that you feel like you need to go out in a blaze of glory. To be in this situation, just feel like you have no other recourse.
William Hardison, this standoff ending when he was killed in an exchange of gunfire. Now, our cameras have been on scene all day on the ground and in the air to capture the large response by law enforcement. Every SWAT team in Western Pennsylvania, they were using drones and robots and the state police Rook armored vehicle to try to reach the suspect. Now, after more than 6 hours, we got to...
Well, lucky for us, they didn't drop a bomb on the whole fucking block. They've done that before. That was in Pittsburgh, right? Or was that in Philadelphia?
Here from Pittsburgh Police Chief Larry Scarrato. He said, quote, with every opportunity to surrender, we were met with gunfire. He explained that after each failed attempt to get Hardison to surrender, they said they would then move on to the next.
As in Philadelphia, I'm sorry.
There's much more to do with this investigation.
I'm sure as the investigation continues, we'll learn a lot more about him, the home, the family, and the potential issues or volatility that we faced today.
Well, the volatility was just, he was another victim of the capitalist system that doesn't take care of its people. And then it's a recipe for disaster when you add in the amount of guns in this country. A lack of help, of resources for people in desperation. So,
what led up to that? So we'll explore all options because, again, we want to be able to prevent this from occurring, prevent this from ever being a situation in one of our neighborhoods. The impact and the trauma that creates it for our neighborhoods is exceptional, and we do everything in our power to have community calm in that regard.
We heard from several neighbors on scene tonight who, of course, were very upset by what happened. They were just going about their morning today when they heard flashbangs and several rounds of gunfire, as we've reported all throughout the day. Listening to that, being asked to evacuate in some cases, but many of them tell me that the main emotion that they're left with tonight is just sadness and wishing that this had ended differently for their neighbor. We'll keep you updated as we get any new updates as they continue this investigation tonight. Reporting live in Garfield, Kaylee Gunderson, Pittsburgh's Action News.
Well, I guess since we're already in Pennsylvania, we'll keep it there. I mentioned Philadelphia earlier. Let's move to Philadelphia, where a police officer who fatally shot a man has been suspended after video contradicts the initial account. Surprise, surprise. Apparently he is on his way to being fired, thank God. Officials announced on Wednesday that a Philadelphia police officer who fatally shot a 27-year-old man last week will be fired for administrative violations. The announcement comes after police walked back their initial narrative about the fatal encounter. and the attorney representing the family of the victim released a video that contradicted that account. Because, of course, you can't trust the cops to actually do an honest investigation. Philadelphia Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw Yes, I'm going to get hung up on that name. The police commissioner's last name is Outlaw. The Philadelphia police commissioner's last name is Outlaw. Danielle Outlaw said on, I want to know what she looks like. I'm curious now. What up, girl? Danielle Outlaw. Purgatorus, good evening. She's super far right. That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, how else are you going to become a police chief? Danielle Outlaw said on Wednesday she has decided to suspend Officer Mark Dial for 30 days with the intent to dismiss him. Dial is not being terminated for fatally shooting Eddie Irizarry on August 14th, but for violating department policy related to the refusal to obey orders from a supervisor. I mean, he's not even being fired for killing a man. Jesus. Police initially said last Monday that Irizarry got out of his car after a brief car chase with a knife and lunged at officers prior to the fatal shooting. 2 days later, Outlaw told reporters that body camera footage made it very clear what we initially reported was not actually what happened. On Tuesday, Irizarry's family attorney, Shaka Johnson, released surveillance video of the incident. Where is the video? It is attached here somewhere. There we go. Here's the surveillance video. Venus, good evening. Damn, he did a pretty good job parking. Whoa. Yeah. He didn't even get out of the vehicle. The pig went straight up to the window and shot him at point blank range. Jesus. One more time. This was in Philadelphia. This happened last week. Police initially said that he got out of the vehicle armed with a knife and tried to stab officers. What a coward. This was in Philadelphia. The first story we were doing was in Pittsburgh. Just a callous indifference to life. Once again, we are 20 minutes away from the first Republican presidential primary debate. If you are joining us on YouTube, we are going to have to say goodbye to you at the top of the hour to make sure that Fox does not give me a copyright strike. We will be on Kick and we will be on DLive. You should be able to watch one of those two platforms without having an account. If you'd still like to be able to chat, we have the Discord set up. Let's see. Let's do this real fast. Gonna hit the content warning for this. This is a story that we covered last night. A fatal shooting in Los Angeles over a pride flag appears to have been committed by a fucking far-right bigot. Surprise, surprise. Pride flag killing suspect appears to have a long history of anti-LGBTQ social posts. Question marks. Good evening. Hold on. There is the DLive link. I am not live on DLive just yet. We will be going live on DLive when I turn the YouTube off. There are both the Kick and the DLive links. The pride flag killing suspect appears to have a long history of anti-LGBTQ social posts, and a Twitter account that appears to have belonged to the deceased suspect has violent anti-LGBTQ messages dating back to 2018. The 27-year-old man, who police say shot and killed a California business owner over a pride flag draped in her store, appears to have a years-long history of posting disturbing and often violent anti-LGBTQ messages on social media. The suspect, Travis Ekaguchi, gunned down Laura Ann Carlson, 66, on Friday after confronting her and yelling many homophobic slurs over her clothing store's pride flag. San Bernardino County Sheriff Shannon Dickus said at a news conference on Monday, shortly after fleeing the store. Magpie Ikaguchi was killed in a shootout with law enforcement. Officials say Ikaguchi had a history of sharing posts that were critical of the LGBTQ community, while officials said they have not received confirmation on social media pages belonging to Ikaguchi. An X account that includes Ikaguchi's full name was created in 2015. Throughout the account's existence, posts were shared repeatedly using the suspect's full name. At least one post included a California location, which corresponds with the suspect's known state of residence. This is a horrific story, and I hate bringing you all these details, but apparently the woman that was killed was an amazing woman, so let's not focus so much on the suspect, and let's hear from her daughter and the kind of life that she led.
Horror this evening after a 66-year-old California businesswoman was murdered following an argument about the rainbow pride flag she displayed outside her store. In a moment, we'll speak to her daughter, the daughter of Lori Ann Carlson, everyone called her Lori, about the mother she lost and the love and acceptance her mom displayed with that flag and all throughout her life. But first, CNN Josh Campbell has more on what happened.
It is an international symbol of equality. The mere act of proudly displaying it leading to Lori Carlton's death.
Over a flag? Come on. I mean, we've lost a lot of people in our country over our flags, and some people don't like them.
66-year-old Carlton was shot inside her Southern California clothing boutique Friday following a confrontation over the pride flag displayed outside the shop's entrance.
This is absolutely devastating. No one should die for who they love or for standing in solidarity with love.
Reaction to Carlton's death poured in on social media, including Hollywood director and friend Paul Feig, who directed films including Bridesmaids and the reboot of Ghostbusters. We are all devastated for her husband Bort and her family and the LGBTQ+ community for whom
her husband Bort. They're all out of Bort license plates. I didn't know anyone actually had the name Bort.
Lori was such a true ally. Governor Gavin Newsom posted, "This disgusting hate has no place in California." Carlton, a mother of 9 children, did not identify as LGBT, but advocated for everyone in the community. The organization Lake Arrowhead LGBTQ+ said in a statement, "She will be truly missed." Carlton's daughter told the New York Times the flag hanging outside the store had been removed.
I'm hung up on names tonight. I'm sorry.
Great stuff, Elise. Cool. Personalized plates. Barclay, Barry, Bert, Bort. Oh, come on, Bort? Mommy, buy me a license plate.
No, come along, Bort.
Are you talking to me?
No, my son is also named Bort.
Numerous times by different people over the course of the past 2 years. Authorities say the suspect fled on foot, armed with a handgun, and was killed during an encounter with police. Detectives learned the suspect made several disparaging remarks about a rainbow flag that stood outside the store before shooting Carlton. The shooting comes as the LGBTQ community faces ongoing threats of violence.
Now there is video from the store. I don't believe it has been released, but a description here in the New York Post is chilling. The gunman appeared to flinch in moments before the killing. He then almost flinched as if thinking twice, but then went for it, grabbed the gun, and then aimed it and shot Lori. That caused her to fall back onto the floor, and then the door swung closed. And then he shot one shot through that door and then took off. That is a picture of Ikaguchi. And yes, Simp, he was the son of a cop. The son of a cop.
And an unprecedented wave of anti-LGBTQ+ legislation in 2023, according to the Human Rights Campaign.
New details just released after a deadly mass shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado.
It was so scary. I heard shots, broken glass, bodies. How? Why?
You can draw a straight line to those murders from the hateful rhetoric and lies that have been spread about Drag Queen Story Hour.
Yep.
Police in New York are looking for this man. He's seen throwing the brick at a window of an LGBTQ+ bar in New York City. It is the 3rd time this same bar has had its windows smashed.
After this video was released showing a woman getting out of a white SUV and setting a pride flag on fire in front of Little Prince restaurant in Soho, an arrest has been made.
When hate is paired with a gun, the results are deadly. And when our elected leaders promote hateful rhetoric and push discriminatory policies, they foster this culture where this kind of violence is a result.
Meanwhile, in this small California mountain town, members of the community are grieving the loss of the latest apparent victim of anti-LGBT hate in America.
I never dreamed something like this could happen in this community.
Josh, I understand police have just released some new information.
Yeah, a significant update just moments ago from the San Bernardino County Sheriff. The suspect in this case has now been identified as 27-year-old.
I want to get to her daughter.
County, California.
Just coming to terms with the new normal without our matriarchy.
I mean, your mom sounds like such an incredible lady. And her interest, I know, in fashion goes way back. I was reading she worked at Fred Segal, like when she was just starting out. What do you want people to know about her?
Well, it's a loaded question. My mom and I were very close because she had such a long history in the retail industry and was such a pioneer in it. And I myself have been in the retail industry my whole life, and I owe that to her. But I think what I really just want people to know about her was just how selfless and kind and compassionate she was. she always put the needs of others ahead of her own. And, you know, we had a really rough winter here in Southern California, and her and my father had opened up a free store next to Magpie where they gave out food and supplies to the families that were impacted by the storms here. And I think that really just goes to show what an incredible person that she was.
I mean, it's so sickening to imagine that this is how your mom's life ended. I mean, did your mom talk to you about why it was important for her to display the pride flag and also the reactions she'd gotten, positive or negative, over the year?
Yeah, I mean, I think for her, it was just something that was so important, and she was so fearless. And
I think it's possible that Fox won't care. Now, I hate to cut her off, but I wanted to get one more thing in before we actually go to the debate. We're about 10 minutes away from the GOP debate. I'm 50-50. Like, I almost streamed, but I'm like, I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I can't even get a strike right now. Before we go to the GOP primary debate, I want to cover this story about one of the candidates that will be debating tonight. Vivek Ramaswamy. See, I think I'm going to be all right after the debate. I think if they're going to do a takedown, it's going to be during the debate. If after the debate, I think they're not going to care. When they did CNN, like Pacman got taken down, Hassan got taken down, Vosh got taken down. So, like, I was on kick. I didn't get taken down. So, I'm playing it safe again tonight. Republican presidential hopeful Vivek Ramaswamy slammed CNN anchor Caitlin Collins as a petulant teenager on Tuesday after a contentious interview over comments the former biotech executive made about September 11th. So let's get the first clip here. Oh, no, that's not the clip. That was Vivek responding to the clip.
Be asked about on Wednesday night is foreign policy, and you recently said that to protect Taiwan, you would do this.
Guess what? We'll put a gun in every Taiwanese household, train them how to use it. That is how you make Xi Jinping think twice.
Do you really think that would be a sufficient plan to deter a Chinese invasion if it includes long-range missiles, ground troops, an aerial blockade, a naval blockade?
Caitlin,
all of the different measures here?
Caitlin, of course it's not sufficient. You take that tiny little clip. When I've articulated at the Nixon Library last week, a 1-hour speech with a whole range of deterrents, that is part of it. But I've also said that I would pull Russia out of its military alliance with China. I've also said that we would bolster our partnership with India to be able to close the Andaman Sea and the Malacca Strait. I've also said that we would actually send a signal very clearly that we will defend Taiwan, moving from strategic ambiguity to strategic clarity to say that we will defend Taiwan until we have semiconductor independence in this country. And so, yes, part of this is turning Taiwan into a porcupine. I think exporting our Second Amendment is a relatively free or low-cost way to do that. But I find it laughable that you will take that clip and then put words into my mouth as though that was a sufficient deterrent. Caitlin, with due respect, that's a joke, especially when I've offered as expansive of a deterrent strategy as I have.
It's not putting words into your mouth, and it's not saying that you didn't say those other things. It's just saying that you did say that part of your effort when it comes to Taiwan is giving people in Taiwan handguns.
This is really funny, Caitlin. It just is. It's been very educational for me to learn how media works. Yes, that is important. No one ever said that was sufficient to deter an invasion. From India to Russia to what I've said we would do with moving Ohio-class SSGNs to the South China Sea and to the Indo-Pacific. This is the stuff of actual deterrence and also strategic clarity that we would actually defend Taiwan. Yes, I do think I am the president who best knows how to deter China from going after Taiwan before we've achieved semiconductor independence. which is the most important foreign policy accomplishment the next U.S. president can.
Oh yeah, it's not on principle. It's just about the semiconductors. Once we have semiconductor independence, fuck Taiwan.
Deliver. And I gave a specific speech at the Nixon Library. In a big part, actually moving Russia out of China's alliance.
But you also said that you would open up an NRA bureau
is the reverse
in
of
Taiwan.
what Nixon would have done.
I mean, you also talked about.
Yes,
I just think
yes,
when
it's
you
part
listen
of
to
porcupine
plans
strategy.
to deter China, it typically focuses on radar systems and missiles that they need, not necessarily AR-15s.
Caitlin, you might be able to do this trick better with other candidates who don't really know how to respond to the game.
It's not a trick. I'm just simply asking what your plan is with Taiwan and following up on something you suggested.
What I have said countless times is strategic partnership with India to close the Malacca Strait.
The fascists in India.
Oil supplies. The number one thing to do, I've said, is end the war in Ukraine by pulling apart the Russia-China alliance. Xi Jinping's calculus right now is that if the U.S. actually is in dual conflict with Russia and China, then that makes it easier for China to go after Taiwan. So I say disband that alliance. I also think that we should, and I've said this many times, we should take one of the destroyers that are in Japan, run one a week through the Taiwan Strait until we've achieved semiconductor independence. Move to two Ohio-class SSGNs loaded with 100-plus Tomahawks apiece to the South China Sea and to the Indian Ocean. This is part of a comprehensive.
What nationality is he anyway? I thought he was like Indian.
Strategy that I've articulated in multiple places. But as part of that, I do think there's a reason why China does not have a Second Amendment. China is deathly afraid of a Second Amendment in its own country. And so making that an export to Taiwan.
Hey. Mao Zedong said change must come. Change must come through the barrel of a gun. Not through fuck the lyrics up. Sorry. It's the Alabama 3. We're not even going to get to his 9/11 comments. I don't have time. I'm sorry. All right, if you are watching on YouTube right now, we're going to have to say goodbye to you just to play it safe that I don't get a strike for covering the Fox News GOP Republican presidential primary debate, which starts here in just about 3 minutes. So we're going to say goodbye to our friends on YouTube. We're going to turn on the D Live. So please come join us on Kick, D Live, watch the debate. Directly afterwards, we're going to do the Tucker Carlson Trump interview. So do join us for that. I'm going to take a quick break, turn off the YouTube, turn on the D Live, and when we come back, it is the Fox News Republican presidential primary debate. Prepare thine asses.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
Content warning indeed. You got stupidity coming at you. Let me pull up Rumble. Or I did have the... Uh-oh, Rumble may be crashing here. Don't worry, it's on the Fox News website. Dang, Rumble cannot handle it. Sign in to watch the debate. God damn it. Mary Jane over on D-Live. Oh, Jesus. Here we go.
A state known for its beer and cheese, gridiron and grit, and also its razor-thin elections. In 2016, Republicans narrowly flipped the Badger State red for the first time since Ronald Reagan. But it was back to blue by 2020. That election came during an unprecedented year. The country was rife with tension. In the suburbs of Milwaukee, the division seemed deeper than ever. But that was just the beginning.
I've been waiting all day. I've not hit this bong yet.
Roe versus Wade, leaving the legality of abortion up to the states.
Go ahead, light one up, tip one back.
Total ban. The power of that issue drove Democrats to the polls this year. Now, that new thin liberal majority on the court could have that abortion issue before it again, just as the race for the White House accelerates. Tonight, the
Did they say liberal majority? Oh, they meant in Wisconsin.
At the home of the Bucks and the Marquette Golden Eagles, hoping to return next July to this city on the shore of Lake Michigan to accept the Republican nomination at their party's national convention.
And it will be convention time about this time next year.
The race for the White House takes flight. Welcome to the first debate of the 2024 presidential campaign, live at Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee.
Here we go.
Candidates have qualified and have chosen to be here on our debate stage tonight. They are here to lay out their vision for America, the battle as they battle for the GOP nomination. Good evening, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum.
And I'm Brett Baer. This is the very same stage on which the Republicans...
I mean, I guess of their hosts, those are the two best they could pick.
The 8 contenders are positioned by the order they sit in the polls, with the highest polling candidates in the middle standing center stage. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
A lot of boos for Ramaswamy.
Mike Pence.
Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
That's a good question, Tones. How focused on Trump are they going to be?
Carolina Senator Tim Scott.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson.
And North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum.
Doug Burgum is like evil Gavin Newsom.
Get 1 minute to answer. If someone is singled out, you get 30 seconds to respond. And when the time runs out, we all will hear this. Very pleasant.
So tonight, these candidates have a big opportunity to break out of the pack and to explain why they are best prepared to be the Republican choice for president.
Who is everybody most excited to hear from, if anyone?
Biden is working to convince the country that with Bidenomics, things are looking up.
Rumble. Oh, man. Is this gonna how it's gonna be for us tonight? Come on, Rumble.
We call my plan Bidenomics. I'm not sure they meant it in a totally complimentary way at the time. But guess what? It's working.
But is it? More than 65% of Americans say the country is headed in the wrong direction. And here's the reality for some voters we talked to here in Wisconsin this week.
We have noticed a dramatic increase in prices at the grocery store just across the board.
Gas is high and food is high.
At least a gazer's high.
It's because they can't buy food.
It's tough when you got mortgage rates at 7-8% versus 2 to 3. It's just you can't afford the house anymore.
Inflation is ridiculous. It's killing us out here.
As we sit here tonight, the #1 song on the Billboard chart is called Rich Men.
Wow.
It is by a singer from Farmville, Virginia, named Oliver Anthony.
No, he's not.
His lyrics speak of alienation, of deep frustration with the state of government and of this country. Washington, D.C. is about 100 miles north of Richmond.
There's rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows it all.
Who was expecting this tonight?
Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know.
I have a clip of him, and I will tell you that accent is not Appalachian.
So Governor DeSantis.
So now they've all got to go candidate by candidate and talk about how much they love this fucking song. Wow.
What do you think it means?
Our country is in decline. This decline is not inevitable. It's a choice. We need to send Joe Biden back to his basement and reverse American decline. Come on, man. And it starts with understanding we must reverse Bidenomics so that middle-class families have a chance to succeed again. We cannot succeed as a country if you are working hard and you can't afford groceries, a car, or a new home while Hunter Biden can make hundreds of thousands of dollars on lousy paintings. That is wrong. We also cannot succeed when the Congress spends trillions and trillions of dollars. Those rich men north of Richmond have put us in this situation. And finally, we need to lower your gas prices. We're going to open up all energy production. We will be energy dominant again in this country. I showed it could be done in the state of Florida. I pledge to you as your president, we will get the job done, and I will not let you down.
Governor DeSantis, thank you. Governor Christie, do you agree with Governor DeSantis just said there, and why would you be better on the economy than him?
Well, look, I do agree predominantly with what Governor DeSantis just laid out. I think that if you asked every one of us up here, that we would agree predominantly with what he just laid out. Here's the difference. The difference is that we're going to have to work and make sure that we sell these ideas and be able to put ourselves in a position where we get a majority of the vote, not only by winning the Congress and the Senate in 24, but also by having someone who's had the experience of doing it. Now, I was elected as a conservative Republican in a blue state with 61% of the vote, with a Democratic legislature against me the entire time. And we still, through hard, strong decision-making, brought them around to our point of view. We cut taxes in New Jersey. We cut debt in New Jersey. We made sure that each and every time we were confronted with bad Democratic ideas, we stood and stopped them. And when there were good ideas, we brought people together to make progress going forward. Truth and accountability are the things we need to do to fight waste. And I'd say the last thing is this, Brett. We cannot sit by any longer and allow the kind of spending that's going on in Washington, because every dollar they spend is a dollar that these people are not allowed to spend on their children and their grandchildren. It's robbing our country, and it's wrong.
Well, Governor, let me just follow up very quickly. New Jersey, when you were governor, had the second lowest credit rating in the nation after Illinois, and it was downgraded 11 times.
Like there's a turf war going on in the chat.
And that's what happens when you inherit a blue state that has done that. But when you look at what we did on debt, Brett, in that state, we cut debt.
What we did on debt, Brett?
By 3 Democratic gubernatorial predecessors of mine who ran up that debt tremendously. And what you also saw us do was to cut the unemployment rate in half. It was over 10% when I became governor in 2010. What we also did was cut pension payments to public employees to make sure that taxpayers were not being soaked by a public employee union system that was killing the taxpayer.
Thank you, Governor.
Tim Scott, Senator Scott, excuse me. The song also goes after welfare programs. As a senator, now President Biden argued for freezing federal spending, this was back in the 80s, and dealing with sacred cows. He does not talk about that anymore. You have been a senator, though, for 10 years. So what have you done to rein in the increasing size of government?
Well, thank you for the question. Over the last several years, I've had an opportunity to vote against spending package after spending package after spending package. What we also need to understand is that Joe Biden's Bidenomics has led to the loss of $10,000 of spending power for the average family. When you see 16% inflation, your gas is up 40%, your food is up 20%, your electricity is up 20%. We can stop that by turning the spigot off in Washington, sending the money back to the states, and allowing the decisions to be made at their own houses. I helped write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. We cut taxes for a single mom like the one that raised me by 70%, for dual households by 60%, returning to the average family $4,000. If you don't send it to Washington, we can't spend it. That's good news for the American people.
Okay, but just to follow up, you did, during the Trump administration, you approved $4.4 trillion, $4.1 trillion, $1.7 trillion over the course of that administration. That's a lot of money.
Nice follow-up.
During the Trump administration, when we were dealing with the COVID virus, we spent more money. But here's what happened at the end of our time in the majority. We had low unemployment, record low unemployments, 3.5% for the majority of the population, 70-year low for women. African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians had an all-time low, but our inflation was at 2%. Under Joe Biden, we've seen the exact opposite. We've seen inflation explode, which led to 12 Federal Reserve increases that's devastating home buyers today.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you're listening.
Kick seems to be the best platform.
So I don't know if I get a chance to respond.
He didn't mention you specifically, but we'll be with you in a second, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Ramaswamy, listening to all of this.
What is Tim Scott's lane? What's he going for? Is he trying to be a vice presidential candidate?
For people, you're 38 years old. You've said that you only voted in 2 presidential elections before this moment, this political race.
So first, let me just address a question that is on everybody's mind at home tonight. Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage? I'll tell you, I'm not a politician, Brett. You're right about that. I'm an entrepreneur. My parents came to this country with no money 40 years ago. I have gone on to found multi-billion-dollar companies. I did it while marrying my wife, Apurva, raising our 2 sons, following our faith in God. That is the American dream. And I am genuinely worried that that American dream will not exist for our 2 sons and their generation unless we do something about it. And I do think Brett is going to take an outsider, because for a long time we have professional politicians in the Republican Party who have been running from something. Now is our moment to start running to something, to our vision of what it is.
He's better than Andrew Yang.
If you have a broken car, you don't turn over the keys to the people who broke it again. You hand it over to a new generation to actually fix the problem. That's why I'm in this race, and we're just getting warmed up.
That motherfucker is slick. He's better than Yang. That's the lane he's occupying.
Turn around this economy that we've heard all of these voters talking about tonight. Then Mr. Ramaswamy, who is a successful entrepreneur nationally right now, he's beating you in the polls.
Well, I don't care about polls. What I care about, the fact is that no one is telling the American people the truth. The truth is that Biden didn't do this to us. Our Republicans did this to us, too. When they passed that $2.2 trillion COVID stimulus bill, They left us with 90 million people on Medicaid, 42 million people on food stamps. No one has told you how to fix it. I'll tell you how to fix it. They need to stop the spending. They need to stop the borrowing. They need to eliminate the earmarks that the Republicans brought back in. And they need to make sure they understand these are taxpayer dollars. It's not their dollars. And while they're all saying this, you have Ron DeSantis, you've got Tim Scott, you've got Mike Pence. They all voted to raise the debt. And Donald Trump added $8 trillion to our debt. And our kids are never going to forgive us for this. And so at the end of the day, you look at the 2024 budget, Republicans asked for $7.4 billion in earmarks. Democrats asked for $2.8 billion. So you tell me who are the big spenders. I think it's time for an accountant in the White House.
Vice President Pence, you were mentioned there. 54% of voters say the cost of groceries is a, quote, major problem for them.
Right.
You blamed the Biden administration spending for that increase. But as vice president, your administration spent more than any prior, $7.8 trillion added to the national debt, $3.5 trillion of that before COVID. So does that mean that you're part of the spending problem?
Good job, Brett.
Well, first off, thanks for the question. Thanks for letting me respond to a reference to our administration's record. I'm incredibly proud of the record of the Trump-Pence administration. I mean, in 4 short years, we rebuilt our military.
Please clap.
We revived our economy. We unleashed American energy. And we appointed 3 conservatives to the Supreme Court that gave the American people a new beginning for the right to life. Now, Martha, you asked earlier who's the best prepared for this job. And I must tell you, with all of my friends on the stage, and even to one that's probably looking on, I think unquestionably I am the best prepared, the most tested, the most qualified and proven conservative in this race. I was a leader in the Congress of the United States. I led Indiana where we balanced budgets and had a AAA bond rating when I was governor. And as Vice President of the United States, we spent funding to backfill on the military cuts of the Obama administration, and then we were there in the worst pandemic in 100 years. All that being said, I was the first person in this race to say that we've got to deal with the long-term national debt issues. You got people on this stage that won't even talk about issues like Social Security and Medicare. I mean, Vivek, you recently said a president can't do everything. Well, I got news for you, Vivek. I've been in the hallway. I've been in the West Wing. A president of the United States has to confront every crisis facing America. I will put our nation back on the path to growth and prosperity and restore fiscal responsibility, just as I did in Congress and as governor.
Mr. Vice President.
And when I was vice president.
But,
yeah, I mean, hold on. You were named earlier. I'm going to give Vivek first.
We'll get to both of them.
Yeah, this isn't that complicated, guys. Unlock American energy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. Put people back to work by no longer paying them more to stay at home. Reform the U.S. Fed, stabilize the U.S. dollar, and go to war. The only war that I will declare as U.S. president will be the war on the federal administrative state that is the source of those toxic regulations acting like a wet blanket on the economy. So I'm not sure I exactly understood Mike Pence's comment, but I'll let you all parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with focus, and I'll deliver on it.
Well, let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you, Vivek, if I can. I'll go slower this time.
I sometimes struggle with the reading
comprehension. Look, I was a House conservative leader before it was cool. I actually pushed a Deficit Reduction Act. That was the last time we actually reduced the national debt in the United States when I was the leader of House conservatives. I balanced budgets and cut taxes when I was governor. I mean, look, Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad. Now is not the time for on-the-job training. We don't need to bring in a rookie. We don't need to bring in people without experience. We need to bring
It's 30 seconds when you have a rebuttal, okay? And you are up, Governor DeSantis.
So here's the thing. Why are we in this mess? Part of it, and a major reason, is because how this federal government handled COVID-19 by locking down this economy. It was a mistake. It should have never happened. And in Florida, we led the country out of lockdown. We kept our state free and open. And I can tell you this, as your president, I will never let the deep state bureaucrats lock you down, you don't take somebody like Fauci and coddle him. You bring Fauci in, you sit him down, and you say, Anthony, you are fired.
You know what? We're going to bring in.
I just want to finish responding to Mike. I just want to respond to Mike for 1 second because he invoked me back. Listen, now that everybody's gotten their memorized, pre-prepared slogans out of the way, we can actually have a real discussion now. The reality and the fact of the matter is...
Was that one of yours?
Not really, Mike, actually. We're just going to have some fun tonight. And the reality is, you have a bunch
I'm having a blast.
Politicians, super PAC puppets, following slogans handed over to them by their 400-page super PACs last week. The real choice we face in this primary is this. Do you want a super PAC puppet, or do you want a patriot who speaks the truth? Do you want incremental reform, which is what you're hearing about, or do you want revolution?
Okay.
And I stand on the side of the American revolution.
We're going to take control back here.
We need everyone to have a moment on the economy.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Can I address the COVID
there are two
issue
people
that
who
the
have
governor
not.
brought up?
We're going to get back to that. We are. There are two people who we have not heard from yet. So let's hear from Governor Burgum and then from Governor Hutchinson on the economy, sir.
Well, great. Thank you, Martha. And of course, I'm from a town of 300 people. It's a big deal to make it on this stage.
It's Gavin Newsom's Wario.
But when they were all wishing me well, and I think I took them a little too literally when they said, go to Milwaukee and break a leg. So, but I do want to say on this, we're missing something. We can't just talk about the Biden economy because the economy, energy, and national security are all tied together. Of course, we're paying too much for our energy in our state, in our country right now. But part of the reason why is
he nervous.
Policies on energy. We've got a plan right now, the $1.2 trillion of Green New Deal spending buried in the Inflation Creation Act is something that is just subsidizing.
Inflation Creation Act.
Stop buying oil from the Middle East and start buying batteries from China. We're just trading OPEC for Sinopec. And then belatedly, the Biden administration says, no, we're going to put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, we put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, then it's 20% off. Who's buying it? China. So if you buy a battery in this country, you buy a solar panel, it's being produced in a plant in China powered by coal, or it's being powered by oil and gas at 20% off. And every farmer in this country would like to buy diesel at 20% off, just like they're buying it in China.
Governor Hutchinson, quickly.
Thank you, Grant. Delighted to be here tonight. And let me just tell you that I'm a pro-life governor from a conservative state that have a conservative record in which I lowered taxes in Arkansas as governor. I created a $2 billion surplus that I passed over to my successor, and I made sure that we shrunk the size of government. We have 14% fewer state employees in Arkansas after I left government than when I took over as governor 8 years ago. I tell that because that's what we need in Washington, D.C. We need somebody who can actually constrain the growth of the federal government, that can actually reduce the size, and I've pledged to reduce by 10% our federal non-defense work.
20 years younger than Joe Biden.
Specific pledge to make that attacks the administrative state. And let me applaud some of the business partners that are here that have had success in business. But let me tell you, I've been a federal prosecutor. I've served our country in terms of being head of the DEA, in Homeland Security, in times of crisis. And while I think that that's experience that is important for the future of our country, to be the president of the United States that can lead with positive solutions and be held accountable.
Thank you.
Dub, it was already fucked up.
I promise we're going to get to everyone if we play within the rules. Okay, next topic. More than 1,000 people are still unaccounted for in Maui after the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than a century. Hawaii's governor and White House.
Joe Biden got booed.
Climate change.
I forgot to play that last night. I meant to.
And a tropical storm hit California for the first time in 80
And he told an even more insensitive story than he told when we were watching earlier.
Florida. And in the last month, the heat wave in the Southwest broke records nearly 50 years old.
So Alexander Diaz from Young America's Foundation has a question for you all.
Polls consistently show that young people's #1 issue is climate change. How will you, as both President of the United States and leader of the Republican
I wasn't expecting that.
their fears that the Republican Party doesn't care about climate change?
So we want to start on this with a show of hands. Do you believe in human behavior is causing climate change? Raise your hand if you do.
Look, we're not school children. Let's have the debate. I mean, I'm happy to take it to start. Alexander?
So do you want to raise your hand or not?
I don't think that's the way to do. So let me just say to Alexander this. First of all, one of the reasons our country's decline is because of the way the corporate media treats Republicans versus Democrats. Biden was on the beach while those people were suffering. He was asked about it, and he said no comment. Are you kidding me? As somebody that's handled disasters in Florida, you got to be activated. You've got to be there. You've got to be present. You've got to be helping people who are doing this. And here's the deal.
Let's just answer the question. So is that a yes or is that a yes? Is that a hand raise?
You do not.
I think it was a hand raise for him, and it's my hands are in my pockets.
No,
because
no,
the climate change agenda is a hoax. Let us be honest as Republicans. I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax. The climate change agenda is a hoax, and we have to declare independence for it. And the reality is, the anti-carbon agenda is the wet blanket on our economy. And so the reality is, more people are dying of bad climate change policies than they are of actual climate change.
Governor Haley, are you bought and paid for?
Down by
Hold on.
in the last century.
Listen.
I've had enough already tonight of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up here. And the last person in one of these debates, Brett, who stood in the middle of the stage and said, "What's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here?" was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type of amateur standing on stage tonight.
Come over and give me a hug. Give me a hug just like you did to Obama.
The same type of amateur.
And you'll help elect me just like you did to Obama, too. Give me that
the
bear hug,
same type of amateur.
Hold on. Governor Haley, would you like to respond? Are you bought and paid for?
What I would like to say is the fact that I think this is exactly why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
This is the most fun I've ever had.
First of all, we do care about clean air, clean water. We want to see that taken care of, but there's a right way to do it. And the right way to do it is, first of all, yes, is climate change real? Yes, it is. But if you want to go and really change the environment...
We got another hour and a half to go. It could come to blows.
They have to lower their emissions. That's where our problem is. And these green subsidies that Biden has put in, all he's done is help China, because he doesn't understand all these electric vehicles that he's done, what that does. Half of the batteries for electric vehicles are made in China. And so that's not helping the...
Oh, no, Rumble. No, you can't fuck up on us now. You've been doing so good. Come back.
You're putting money in China's pocket, and Biden did that. So, first of all, I think we need to acknowledge the truth, which is these subsidies are not working. We also need to take on the international world and say, okay, India and China...
The international world.
That's when we'll start to deal with
Senator Scott, are you bought and paid for?
Absolutely.
Are you bought and paid for?
I'm sorry?
Are you bought and paid
Absolutely not. I mean, here's what the American people deserve, is a debate about the issues that affect their lives. Going back and forth, being childish, is not helpful to the American people to decide on the next leader of our country. Number one, wait a second. And number two, as a kid who grew up in a single-parent household mired in poverty, I wondered, was the American dream real for kids who were devastated by poverty, devastated by the challenges of life? I came to the conclusion that America can do for anyone what she's done for me if we focus on restoring hope, creating opportunities, and protecting America. If we want the environment to be better, and we all do, the best thing to do is to bring our jobs home from China. If we create 10 million new jobs in my Made in America plan, we will have a better economy and a better environment. Let me tell you why I say that, Brett. America,
do it quickly.
America has cut. I'm a Southern boy, I talk slow. So America.
Another one.
That was quick. America has cut our carbon footprint in half in the last 25 years. The places where they are continuing to increase, Africa, 950 million people. India, over 1 billion. China, over 1 billion. Why would we put ourselves at a disadvantage devastating our own economy. Let's bring our jobs home.
We have a lot of different topics to get to.
Yeah, we do. We thank you all. Thank you, Senator Scott. So coming up next, the candidates will weigh in.
Taking a commercial break, eh?
In the 2024 campaign, the first Republican debate continues moments away.
We are a fourth of the way through it. What do you guys think? Somehow we got Nancy Mace yelling at us. This has been way better than I thought it would be. I hazard to guess what Republicans would think about watching this, though. My favorite is Vivek. I want to see, because I feel like he's really stirring the shit in there. I think they all really don't like him. I feel like there's some sort of respect between like Haley, Christie, Pence. DeSantis came in hot. Ron DeSantis is coming in hot. That's his plan. He's just going to be as like fucking snarky as he can possibly be. I've enjoyed his performance because like he was the first one to speak and he came in sassy right away. So I'm cool with that. I'm just here for chaos. I'm rooting for as much chaos as possible. And so far, Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy are causing some chaos. Mike Pence somehow grew a little bit of a backbone. Mike Pence has surprised me with how quick-witted he has been. When Ramaswamy said something about their pre-planned remarks or something like that, and Pence fired back, was that one of yours? Boom. So I am all for Ron DeSantis coming in and Vivek Ramaswamy and being wrecking balls. Carter, good evening. I want to see more of this. This is, so far, the first fourth of this debate has been magnificent. They came for blood, or at least DeSantis and Ramaswamy did. By God, Pence got some balls. What's Russell Brand saying to us?
For your own freedom, for being respected, I believe that ultimately and fundamentally,
I used to like this guy.
Without top-down authority, that we can regulate democratically.
It could get blood sporty.
You can be you, I can be me, without judgment, beyond acceptance, love, and enthusiasm for the billions of ways that it's possible to be a human being.
Touch the fuzzy wall. I will say, of the platforms I'm on,
hard-earned retirement savings to DC's reckless spending scare the heck out.
To be honest with you, I'm not getting that many views on Rumble, but I've made like 17 cents. And I feel like comparatively with the views from YouTube, where I have like thousands upon thousands upon thousands, and have made about $10 in the last month. And I think 5 of that was somebody giving me, I think Shelly might have super chatted or something. I feel like there's more return on the view on Rumble. I just don't get that many views. Just based on making 17 cents. Let's get back to this.
Abortion has been a losing issue for Republicans since the Dobbs decision. In 6 state referendums, all have upheld abortion rights in this country. And even in red states, there are more swing state referendums that are coming up as we head into the elections as well on this. So, Governor Haley, what do you say to your party and to your state, which today confirmed a 6-week abortion law as well?
Isn't she hot? It's like a record heat wave right now.
Suburban voters across this country.
Thank you, Martha. I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children, so I'm surrounded by blessings. Having said that, we need to stop demonizing this issue. This is talking about the fact that unelected justices didn't need to decide something this personal, because it's personal for every woman and man. Now it's been put in the hands of the people. That's great. When it comes to a federal ban, let's be honest with the American people and say it will take 60 Senate votes. It will take a majority of the House. So in order to do that, let's find consensus. Can't we all agree that we should ban late-term abortions?
No.
Agree that we should encourage adoptions? Can't we all agree that doctors and nurses who don't believe in abortion shouldn't have to perform them? Can't we all agree that contraception should be available? And can't we all agree that we are not going to put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty if she gets an abortion? Let's treat this like a respectful issue that it is. And
no, ma'am, your party doesn't agree with you.
Governor, hold on. You're not mentioned, Vice President Pence. Governor DeSantis, you signed a 6-week abortion ban in Florida. One of your biggest
that fake smile.
You need to, quote, shift to get moderates or you will lose. What do you say to him and others who say politically that is a tough thing to sell nationally?
Well, I would say we sold the biggest election landslide victory in the history of the Republican Party in the state of Florida in 2022. That's what I did. We can win. But second of all, look, you got to do what you think is right. I believe in a culture of life. I was proud to sign the heartbeat bill. I remember one of the most impactful moments of my life was when I heard the heartbeat of my oldest daughter in my wife's womb and then saw the sonograms of all 3 of my kids. What the Democrats are trying to do on this issue is wrong, to allow abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. I know a lady in Florida named Penny. She survived multiple abortion attempts. She was left discarded in a pan. Fortunately, her grandmother saved her and brought her to a different hospital. We're better than...
What? That never happened.
We're not going to allow abortion all the way up till birth, and we will hold them accountable for their extremism.
But just to be clear, Governor, would you sign a 6-week ban?
Just to be clear, that story never... That is impossible.
I understand Wisconsin is going to do it different than Texas. I understand Iowa and New Hampshire are going to do different. But I will support the cause of life as governor and as president.
Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head. Hold on, Senator. Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head.
Well, look, I'm not new to this cause. After I gave my life to Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, I opened up the book and I read, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And see, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life." And I knew from that moment on the cause of life had to be my cause. And I've been a champion for life in the Congress, a champion for life as
Nazis
and as vice president.
I mean, fuck Nazis.
To be honest with you, Nikki, you're my friend, but consensus is the opposite of leadership. When the Supreme Court returned this question to the American people, they didn't just send it to the states only. It's not a states only issue, it's a moral issue. And I promise you, as President of the United States, the American people will have a champion for life in the Oval Office. Can't we have a minimum standard in every state in the nation that says when a baby is capable of feeling pain, an abortion cannot be allowed? A 15-week...
Yeah, cool, because babies don't feel pain, motherfucker. Let's do it.
The American people, but it's going to take unapologetic leadership that stands on principle and expresses compassion for women in crisis pregnancies. I'll do that as President of the United States.
He called my name, so I want to respond to that.
30 seconds.
So first of all, I will say it is in the hands of the people, and that's where it should be. But when you're talking about a federal ban, be honest with the American people.
I am
we
being
haven't
honest.
had 45 pro-life senators in over 100 years. So no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president could ban all those state laws. Don't make women feel like they have to decide on this issue when you know we don't have 60 Senate votes in the House.
70% of the American people support legislation
But
to ban
70% of
abortion
the
after
Senate
a baby is
does
capable
not.
of experiencing pain.
It's
just going to take leadership.
Hold on.
70% of
Yeah, I'm for that because it doesn't happen.
15-week
All right,
limit.
let's get Governor Bergman for one minute here. But the Supreme Court did overturn Roe v. Wade, and the result of that decision was that it went back to the states. So that's where it is right now. So as I understand it, you are not in favor of a federal ban. What do you say about the states? There's about 5 of them, including New Jersey, I think a few others, that allow abortion up until the time of birth, though. If you were president, would you be able to abide that?
Well, first of all, I'm a pro-life governor of a very pro-life state. And this issue is, of course, very important. But I am on the record, and I stand behind that we should not have a federal abortion ban. We should not. And the reason why we shouldn't is very simple. It's the 10th Amendment in the Constitution. In the Constitution, which the states created the federal government, not the other way around, it says that there were certain duties allowed to the federal government delegated to them by the states. The rest are left to the states, comma, or importantly, or to the people. We need to get back to freedom and liberty for the people in this country. And we can't have Republicans who fight for 50 years for this great cause to return it back to the states, and then the next day they turn around and go, no, the feds should do that, because the feds are stepping into people's lives, they're stepping into people's businesses. Over and over, if we say that the Fed should be in on this one, where do we stop? I say that we follow the Constitution, and this is returned to the states. This is where it should be.
But Governor Burgum, you signed a 6-week ban. Time out. You signed a 6-week ban. Governor Burgum, you signed a 6-week ban. So you're saying federally, it's all going to go to the states.
Yes, and what is going to work in New York will never work in North Dakota, and vice versa. That's
Governor
why 50
Asa
states.
Hutchinson,
That's why
right
50
here.
states.
This is too important of an issue that I have to address. First of all, the Supreme Court gave it back to the elected representatives, whether it's the states or whether it's the United States Congress.
That's
so
right.
there is
He looks like a possum.
That's why President Biden is pushing for a Democrat.
Or an opossum.
In essence, abortion on demand through the term. So they have their extreme position at a national level. It's most likely going to be addressed in the states, but it's certainly fine for it to be addressed at the national level as well. Arkansas has the record of being the most pro-life state in the nation. I signed 30 pro-life pieces of legislation while I was governor. And every state can determine a different outcome here. And it is the most important issue for women and for the unborn child and for our country that we get this right. It's going to be a continued debate. Let's talk about it in terms of compassion, in terms of protecting the life, and also understanding how we have to enhance
Looks like an opossum.
Adoption services, how we have to enhance maternal care. Those things we've done in Arkansas and are important for our nation's future.
There are a lot of issues that are very important. Senator, I'll let you weigh in.
We cannot let states like California, New York, and Illinois have abortion.
Arkansas is in the South, son.
Up until the day of birth. That is immoral. It is unethical. It is wrong. We must have a president of the United States who will advocate and fight for, at the minimum, a 15-week limit. I am 100% pro-life conservative.
I assure you, as part of the Confederacy.
I got to tell you, though, we must fight for life. Our Declaration of Independence says our Creator gave us inalienable rights that include life. That is a list. That is an issue we must solve. We can't leave it to Illinois. We can't leave it to Minnesota. We can't leave it to Illinois. We must solve that issue with a 15-week limit at a minimum.
Brett, I think we're all pro-life, but what I would love is for someone to ask Biden and Kamala.
Whoa, all of them are wearing a red tie.
Because that's what the media.
Except for Nikki Haley.
Another issue is America and the crime crisis, the homelessness crisis. American cities are in decline.
They're all wearing the Trump tie.
Homelessness, drugs, crime move in. There are problems accelerated. They did accelerate during the pandemic and are still rising, actually.
Murders in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, all up 30% between 2019 and 2022. Homelessness is up 11%, the largest jump in recorded history. Vice President Pence, a lot of this began in...
Once again, it's cherry picking your data up between 2019 and 2022, not mentioning that it's going down now.
Lockdowns, and is your administration in part to blame for how we got here?
Well,
not mentioning that it's down historically.
About defunding the police for the last 5 years. And we ought to be funding law enforcement, particularly in our major cities, at unprecedented levels.
No, I think it's Donald Trump. They're all wearing like a Trump-looking tie.
Every week in every major city in this country. And yet Democrats and liberal prosecutors in major metropolitan areas continue to work out their fanciful agendas.
Navy suit, red tie.
Bail reform and go easy. What we need is strong commitment to law enforcement. We need leadership in Washington, D.C. that'll marshal the resources of the states, marshal the resources of the American people. But let me also say it's about opportunity. I mean, a lot of people don't know that those Trump-Pence tax cuts that we got signed into law go away at the end of 2025 if we don't have a Republican president and a Republican House and a Republican Senate. When I'm president of the United States, we're actually going to cut taxes further. We're going to extend those tax cuts, and we're going to close the Federal Department of Education, block grant all that funding back to the states with a growing economy and educational choice and law enforcement.
This was the 2012 Republican debate. Gold tie, striped tie, blue tie, like a gray tie, blue tie. It's Trump.
Increase in school shootings around the country. Democrats blame this crisis on easy access to guns. They also blame Republicans for blocking gun control legislation. What would President Christie do?
You know, I'm proud of the fact, Brett, that I'm the only person, along with Governor Hutchinson, up on this stage who's actually running United States Attorney's Office. I ran the 5th largest office in America in a state where there is significant urban crime. And the problem is not going to be solved by more money. The problem is that these prosecutors in these localities in the states are refusing to do their job and to arrest violent criminals. So what a President Christie would do is appoint an attorney general who would instruct each of the 93 U.S. attorneys that they are to take over the prosecution of violent crime in every one of those cities that are failing to do so. We have plenty of room in the federal prisons to lock up these violent criminals and clean up what's going on all across this country in these.
Oh, we totally are locking up violent criminals.
We need to make sure that each and every one of these criminals understand is that the laws apply to everybody.
Yeah.
And when Hunter Biden
mugshot tomorrow.
A false application for a gun permit, and then is facing a 10-year mandatory minimum, which was mandated by legislation sponsored by his father. And then you have a Justice Department that walks away from those charges. We're telling people that the law doesn't apply to everybody. In a Christie administration, he would go to jail for 10 years.
I think the law does apply to everybody.
What does President Ramaswamy do about guns?
So the reality is we have a crime wave in this country and we know how to fix it. The question is, do we actually have the spine to do it? More cops in the streets who are on the streets.
There will be a Trump mugshot tomorrow.
For getting sued. And we also have a mental health epidemic in this country. Just over the same period that we have closed mental health institutions, we have seen a spike in violent crime. Do we have the spine to bring them back? I think we should. As president, I will. But it's not just drugging up people in those psychiatric institutions with Zoloft and Seroquel. It's a deeper issue. I think faith-based approaches can play a role here, too. We're in the middle of a national...
He had me in the first half, I'm not going to lie.
I say this as a member of my generation. The problem in our country right now, the reason we have that mental health epidemic, is that people are so hungry for purpose and meaning at a time when family, faith...
Pray the addiction away.
...have all disappeared. What we really need is a tonal reset from the top. saying that this is what it means to be an American. Yes, we will stand for the rule of law. Yes, we will close the southern border where criminals are coming in every day. And yes, we will back law enforcement because we remember who we really are. And that's also how we address that mental health epidemic in the next generation that is directly leading to violent crime across this country.
Governor DeSantis, really quickly. Governor DeSantis.
We don't have an identity crisis with that. We're not looking for a new national identity. The American people are the most faith-filled, freedom-loving, idealistic, hardworking people the world has ever known. We just need government as good as our people.
Well, Mike, I think the difference is you might have, some others like you may have on the stage, it's Morning in America speech. It is not Morning in America. We live in a dark moment, and we have to confront the fact that we're in an internal, sort of cold cultural civil war. And we have to recognize
the American people with the failed government in Washington, D.C. We just need government as good as our people again.
So, let me just finish addressing that slogan, because I don't know what that slogan means. We need to shut down the administrative state. That's actually how we translate it.
Yes, more of this.
In Florida, Governor DeSantis, how do you stop crime?
Well, actually, crime
Sassy DeSantis.
in Florida.
Not in Miami.
We're happy with that. Well, the statewide, it's a 50-year low. And so here's the thing. These hollowed out cities, this is a symptom of America's decline. And one of the biggest reasons is because you have George Soros funding these radical left-wing district attorneys. They get into
There's a dog whistle for Jews.
crimes they disagree with. The inmates start running the asylum. There's one guy in this entire country that's ever done anything about that. Me. When we had 2 of these district attorneys in Florida elected with Soros funding who said they wouldn't do their job, I removed them from their posts. They are gone.
You illegally removed them. I expect them to win in their lawsuits.
Because they are hurting the quality of life and they are victimizing innocent people in every corner of this country, and it will stop when I get into office.
Okay, one more here before the break, Governor Gorgon.
Well, Brett and Martha, I just thought it was interesting. You asked your question about the problems we're having in big cities. Nobody ever asked the question of what about the crime wave in small towns? Because in a small town, neighbors help neighbors. People understand each other. If a farmer gets sick...
Well, we do know DeSantis has had people tortured before.
There's accountability. There's transparency. One thing that I think this country could use is somebody in the White House that understands small town values, because that's our road back to get this country on track again.
Governor Hutchinson?
Was former head of the DEA, I understand the drug crisis in America. And right now, whenever you look at the...
See, their ties.
Inner city, there's 3 simple words that would be helpful.
Asa Hutchinson and Chris Christie are saying they're Trump, but a different flavor of Trump with their ties.
And it's both about stopping the fentanyl coming from Mexico, but it's also about education of our young people, making sure that we have the tools that are needed for addiction counseling. That's what we expanded in Arkansas as well. Whenever you look at the underlying challenge of America, though, no one...
Oh, addiction counseling.
...with smash and grab in our inner cities. As President of the United States, that will stop. It starts at the top with the respect for our justice system that a former president who's under indictment has undermined by attacking judges, by attacking prosecutors, by attacking the system and saying he's aggrieved. And so we have to have respect for our justice system and the rule of law, and it starts...
That's the first real attack on Trump tonight.
Let me take a break. So, speaking of that, right now you are looking live at Fulton County Jail, where former President Donald Trump will be processed tomorrow.
Oh, ho, ho.
We'll have an opportunity to talk about the coming trials of Donald Trump.
Ooh, it's going to get messy again. I like this. I like the topic when we come back. That was 6 attacks. That was 6 mentions of Trump, but that was the first real attack on Trump, wasn't it? Do tune in tomorrow. I have the stream set for 4 o'clock. I do not know the exact time. I will update it tomorrow morning when I get up and make sure that we are at the right time. The Washington Post has their coverage set to begin at 7 p.m. I don't know if they know something I don't know. if he is turning himself in at 7 p.m., then like there's some press conference happening like directly after, right? Or he's doing some kind of campaign rally directly after. But that will be the stream tomorrow. We will come on whenever Donald Trump is on his way. We'll follow the motorcade. We'll do the whole we'll do door watch. I'm sure we're gonna have a nice shot of a door for a couple hours. We'll let the Washington Post reporters ramble. I'll make jokey jokes. We'll get high. Going to be a lot of fun. Usually normies come in for this sort of thing. So the chat will probably be hopping. We get a mugshot, and when we get we're a couple of weeks away from the arraignment. When we get to the arraignment, it was decided today there will be cameras. We're going to get to see Donald Trump plead not guilty. This is going to be amazing. I am so excited for this wild election season that we're going into. I guess this is officially the start with our first Republican presidential primary debate. I think Trump did a smart move by turning himself over tomorrow. He will dominate the headlines. They will not have time to talk about anything that the candidates talked about. However, this was a very fun debate, and like we're only halfway through it right now. So far, it has been a hell of a lot of fun. I don't know what you're talking about, Warlord. The second part of it, after the first commercial break, was not as good as before the commercial break. But I have a feeling it's getting ready to get heated. Yet again. Look at those shorts. Sad. I can't, like, so much shit. Like, and I'm glad I've got to experience it with all of you. Warlord, even, like, didn't you find out like January 6th was the day you started following my channel? It has been a wild ride. The Troll Patrol started on 4/20/2020. So this is actually the first primary season that the Troll Patrol has been around for. We are going into the general election. It was already set a Biden versus Trump matchup. I don't have a Twitch anymore, so I can't check when anybody was following the channel, unfortunately. It didn't freeze on us, did it? Come on.
Well, we have a lot to get to in this second hour.
And I'm not high enough for this shit.
The Americans want to hear you all on.
Oh, I would have rather had Trump here.
Immigration, education. But we are going to take a brief moment and talk about the elephant not in the room.
Former President Trump has been indicted in 4 different states on 91 counts. He will be processed tomorrow in Georgia at the Fulton County Jail for charges relating to the 2020.
Are there more coming? Is he going to break 100?
To support the eventual Republican nominee. If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would. Just hold on.
Vivek's like, I'll suck his dick.
You were kind of late to the game there, but you raised your hand.
No, I'm doing this. Look, I'm doing this.
And
not
I know
this.
you didn't.
Whoa. No.
What's the
Look, here's the bottom line. Someone's got to stop normalizing this conduct. Okay? Now whether or not you believe that the criminal charges are right or wrong, the conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States.
That got a lot more cheers. Did they know what he was talking about, though?
The thing about this country, booing is allowed, but it doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you raised your hand supporting.
I'd like to get in and respond. Let's just speak the truth, okay? President Trump, I believe, was the best president of the 21st century. It's a fact. And Chris Christie, honest to God, your claim that Donald Trump is motivated by vengeance and grievance would be a lot more credible.
Yeah, 21st is a low fucking bar.
We're not based on vengeance and grievance against one man. And if people at home want to see a bunch of people blind,
Almost all of them.
Donald Trump without an iota of vision for this country, they could just change the channel to MSNBC right now. But I'm not running for president of MSNBC. I am running for president of the United States. We're skating on thin ice, and we cannot set a precedent.
Asa Hutchinson didn't. Chris Christie timidly raised his hand.
Its political opponents. It is wrong. We have to end the weaponization of justice in this country.
30 seconds, Governor DeSantis.
Let me tell you
I'm sorry. 30 seconds, Governor Christie.
You make me laugh because
you
sit here in an answer. You sit here in an answer right.
Hold on one second.
Love it. Casey.
Here in an answer.
Go ahead, Governor Christie.
Hold on, Governor Christie.
Hold on.
Well, so listen, the more time we spend doing this, the less time they can talk about issues you want to talk about. So
let them fight. Let them fight.
Governor Christie.
You sit here talking about how you want to stand up for the rule of law.
Yes.
And law and order. And the fact is that it can't be selective. In your book, you had much different things to say about Donald Trump than you're saying here tonight.
That's not true.
Well, it is very true.
That is not true.
It's very true. I read it,
because
and
there's
I know.
a difference between bad behavior and illegal behavior, Chris. And you, as a prosecutor, should know better.
Yeah, you know what? I know a lot better.
There's a difference between bad behavior.
And I know a lot better than you do. You've never done it like you've never done anything to try to advance the interests of this government except to put yourself forward as a candidate tonight. And here's the thing. We've stood up for law and order. I did it as U.S. attorney. I did it as governor. And I am not going to bow to anyone when we have a president of the United States who disrespects the Constitution. He said,
Get your MSNBC contributors.
He said,
these are politicized indictments, and we have to call out the truth.
Martha, it's important to say that the president said, Donald Trump said, it's okay to suspend the Constitution. Now, the oath you take is to preserve, protect, and defend, not suspend. I will always stand up for our Constitution, regardless of the political pressure.
Right, we have another question for you. We're going to get everyone in on this issue, but I have another question. Hold on, you will. All right, so President Trump's former vice president is on this stage tonight. He has faced hecklers on the campaign trail over his actions on January the 6th. On that day, the vice president...
He faced hecklers on January the 6th, too. Oh.
So do you believe...
Hang Mike Pence.
Mike Pence did the right thing, Senator Scott? Do you believe he did the right thing?
Absolutely. He did the right thing. Number one. Number two, we should be asking ourselves a bigger question about the weaponization of the Department of Justice. When I'm president, the first thing I'll do is fire Merrick Garland. Second thing I'll do, fire Christopher Wray, because we need Lady Justice to wear a blindfold. Without that, no one has confidence in our justice system. 17% of Republicans have confidence in our Department of Justice. Here's why. We keep seeing not only the weaponization of the Department of Justice against political opponents, but also against parents who show up at school board meetings. They're called, under this DOJ, they're called domestic terrorists.
Firing Christopher
but that's not,
okay.
but that's not
shut down the FBI. Actually have the courage to get it right.
Mr. Ramaswamy, let me finish my comments.
Yes.
Not only that, in addition to that, we see the SWAT team show up at pro-life activist homes with guns drawn because this DOJ uses their power, uses their authority, not just against political opponents, but against conservatives and conservative causes. It is time for a change in America, and I will bring that change to the greatest nation on God's green earth.
You got all MLK there.
Do you believe that?
Somebody say Matt Walsh?
So here's what we need
Justin
to do.
FREAKIN,
we need
the
to
formidable
end
voice in
the
the culture.
weaponization of these federal agencies.
But that's not the question.
That's not the question.
I know, but here's the thing.
gonna answer the
This
question?
election is not about January 6th of 2021. It's about January 20th of 2025 when the next president is going to take office. I know what the Democrats would like to do. They want to talk about all these other issues, but we've got to focus on your future. We've got to focus on reversing the decline of our country.
Right.
I learned in the military, I was assigned with U.S. Navy SEALs in Iraq, that you focus on the mission above all else. You can't get distracted. So Republicans, we've got to look forward, and we've got to make sure that we're bringing the message that can win in November 2021.
Did not answer the question. Did not answer the question.
Vice President Pence, what do you think, Vice President?
Is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I think the American people deserve to know whether everyone on this stage agrees that I kept my oath to the Constitution that day. There's no more important duty. So answer the question.
I've answered this before.
So yes.
Why are we? Mike did his duty. I got no beef with him. But here's the thing: is this what we're going to be focusing on?
I'm relieved.
Going forward, the rehashing of this. I'll tell you.
Mike did his duty. He said he was relieved.
If we let him get away with it, I'm not letting Biden hang out in the basement this time. We're going to run him ragged around this country, and we're going to hold him accountable.
Let me just say, Governor DeSantis, we spent an hour talking about policy. Former President Trump is beating you by 30, 40 points in many polls. So it is a factor in the GOP primary. Governor Hutchinson, you did not raise your hand.
I did not raise my hand because there's an important issue we as a party have to face. And over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump was morally disqualified from being president again as a result of what happened on January 6th. More people are understanding the importance of that, including conservative legal scholars who says he may be disqualified under the 14th Amendment from being president again as a result of the insurrection. This is something that could disqualify him under our rules and under the Constitution. And so,
go ahead, Georgia. Take him off the ballot.
Somebody who's been convicted of a serious felony or who is disqualified under our Constitution, and that's consistent with RNC rules, and I hope everybody would agree with me.
We're going to get to a lot more topics.
We're going to move on. No, we're going to.
Martha, can I answer the question?
Can I get in on this?
Okay, I'd like.
Can I get in on this?
Vice President Pence.
All right, I'd like to answer the question you asked and not give a pre-canned speech. Mike Pence stood for the Constitution, and he deserves not grudging credit. He deserves our thanks as Americans for putting his oath of office and the Constitution of the United States before personal, political, and unfair pressure. And the argument that we need to have in this party before we can move on to the issues that Ron talked about is we have to dispense with the person who said that we need to suspend the Constitution to put forward his political career. Mike Pence said no, and he deserves credit for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that, I guess.
Do you agree that Vice President Pence did the right thing that day or not?
I do think that Vice President Pence did the right thing, and I do think that we need to give him credit for that. But what I will also tell you is, look, I mean, when it comes to whether President Trump should serve or not, I trust the American people. Let them vote. Let them decide. But what they will tell you is that it is time for a new generational conservative leader. We have to look at the fact that 3/4 of Americans don't want a rematch between Trump and Biden. And we have to face the fact that Trump is the most disliked politician in America. We can't win a general election.
Yes, but I still take Biden over any of you. Hands down.
It's Governor Berger an opportunity.
I'm pretty sure most of America agrees with me.
January 6th. But I would say you started off the top of this hour saying we're going to talk about China, Ukraine, education. We are. China is the number one threat to our country, and every minute that these 8 candidates spend talking about the past instead about the future is time that is just you know who loves it? Biden loves it.
What kind of subliminal message did I just get?
As promised, we were going to spend a few questions on it, let people say what they wanted to say.
Time was up on Gavin Newsom's Wario.
Committed nearly 77.
Can I speak on this issue? I was
You
kind of
did
involved.
you answered on this.
You did.
Mike Pence really wants to get some speaking action in.
But you,
No, I
please.
wasn't done.
Well, Mike, why don't you say this? Join me in making a commitment that on day one you would pardon Donald Trump. I'm the only candidate on the stage who had the courage to actually say it. That is how we move our nation forward
I don't know
and
why
turn the
you
page
assume
forward.
that
That's
Donald
exactly
Trump
right.
will be convicted of these crimes.
You should be able to make a commitment. The same justice system that was this
Vivek,
corrupt.
here's the difference between you and me.
Yeah, I'm not a professional politician. That's the difference. Who can answer a question?
I've actually given pardons when I was governor of the state of Indiana. It usually follows a finding of guilt and contrition by the individual that's been convicted. So, look, if I'm president of the United States, we'll give fair consideration to any pardon request. But if I may, you know, it's not about looking back at January 2021. It's about January 20th, 2017. I put my left hand on Ronald Reagan's Bible. I raised my right hand. And I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And it ended with a prayer, so help me God. It was a promise that I made to the American people, but I also made it to my Heavenly Father. Every day for 4 years, I sought to keep that oath. And everyone on this stage needs to make it clear whether or not they'll do the same if they earn this job and the confidence of the American people. Now, look, I've made it clear. I had hoped that the issues surrounding the 2020 election and the controversies around January 6th had not come to this, had not come to criminal proceedings. I would rather they had been resolved by the American people and the American people alone. But no one's above the law.
What do you think a jury is?
President Trump is entitled to the presumption of innocence that every American is entitled to, and we will make sure and extend that to him. But the American people deserve to know that the president asked me in his request that I reject or return votes unilaterally, power that no vice president in American history had ever exercised or taken. He asked me to put him over the Constitution. And I chose the Constitution, and I always will. I had no right to overturn the election, and Kamala Harris will have no right to overturn the election when we beat them in 2024.
Thank you, Vice President Pence. Now we are moving on to other issues. The U.S. has committed nearly $77 billion in aid to the Ukraine war. The administration is now asking
this will be interesting.
$4 billion more.
This is the most balls I've ever seen Mike Pence have.
Specifics of that plan.
Specifically in the first quarter.
Support the increase of more funding to Ukraine.
We would
not support it.
Europe needs to step up. I mean, I would have Europe step up and do their job.
All right, Mr. Ramaswamy, but you're saying you would not too, Governor DeSantis?
I will have Europe pull their weight. Right now, they're not doing that.
You would not support
and I think
more
we need
funding?
to do, and I think our support should be contingent on
What was that?
I would have support in China to be able to take China and do what we need to do with China.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you would not support an increase of funding to Ukraine?
I would not. And I think that this is disastrous, that we are protecting against an invasion across somebody else's border when we should use those same military resources to prevent across the invasion of our own southern border here in the United States of America. We are driving Russia further into China's hands. The Russia-China alliance is the single greatest threat we face. And I find it offensive that we have professional politicians on the stage that will make a pilgrimage to Kyiv, to their Pope, Zelensky, without doing the same thing for people in Maui or the south side of Chicago or Kensington. I think that we have to put the interests of Americans first. Secure our own border instead of somebody else's. And the reality is, this is also how we project strength by making America strong at home.
All right, we heard the names. Governor Christie first.
All right, look, I did go to Ukraine, and I went to Ukraine because I wanted to see for myself what Vladimir Putin's army was doing to the free Ukrainian people. And let me tell you, I want you all to look around this arena tonight and imagine that every one of these seats was filled. And if every one of them was filled, there would still be 2,500 more children outside to make over 20,000 who have been abducted, stolen, ripped from their mothers and fathers, and brought back to Russia to be programmed to fight their own families. They have gouged out people's eyes, cut off their ears, and shot people in the back of the head, men, and then gone into those homes and raped the daughters and the wives who were left as widows and orphans. This is the Vladimir Putin. This is the Vladimir Putin who Donald Trump called brilliant and a genius. If we don't stand up against this type of autocratic killing in the world, we will be next.
You were mentioned.
Governor Haley. We'll come back.
Vice President Pence was mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, let me be clear.
The crowd booed baby raping.
Here in the United States and be the leader of the free world has a pretty.
The crowd booed being against baby raping.
We can do both, Vivek. We've done both. We've been the leader of the free world and the arsenal of democracy for years. The Reagan Doctrine years ago made it clear. We said, if you're willing to fight the communists on your soil, we'll give you the means to fight them there so our troops don't have to fight them. Vivek, if we do the giveaway that you want to give to Putin to give him his land, it's not going to be too long before he rolls across a NATO border, and frankly, our men and women of our armed forces are going to have to go and fight him. I want to let the Ukrainians fight.
Vivek says, like, fuck NATO.
Back out into Russia.
I want to just briefly address Pence. Vice President Pence. I have a newsflash. The USSR does not exist anymore. It fell back in 1990.
Did I say
the real
USSR?
threat? You talked about the communists, and the real communists that we have to address right now
have any
is the
idea what Vladimir Putin's aims are.
You already spoke.
People buying fudge rounds.
Putin has been saying he wants to reestablish the old Soviet sphere
You've made
of
your point,
influence.
Vice President.
Vice President Pence.
I'm sorry if I insulted him by calling him a communist. He is a dictator and a murderer, and the United States of America needs to stand against authoritarianism.
Mr. Ramaswamy, 30 seconds.
Respond. The real threat we face today is communist China, and we are driving Russia further into China's arms. The Russia-China military alliance is the single greatest threat we face. Nobody in either political party is talking about it, and I am the only non-neocon on this stage who will keep us out of war.
Mr. Vice President, we can't hear. Mr. Vice President,
is to give Russia everything they've got.
Mr. Vice President,
give them a promise that Ukraine will never be in NATO, and then somehow China will not think about taking Taiwan. We achieve peace through strength.
Mr. Vice President,
America needs to stand for freedom.
Okay, here we go.
I think we need to reestablish some ground rules
When we
folks.
hear this bell,
yes,
that means your time's done.
You're done.
So, Mr. Vice President, we appreciate your aggressiveness here. 30 seconds is 30 seconds. Mr. Ramaswamy, you were mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
So the reality is that today, Ukraine is not a priority for the United States of America. And
what are they booing?
Who took us into the Iraq War? The same people who took us into the Vietnam War. You cannot end it. You cannot start another no-win war. And I do not want to get to the point where we're sending our military resources abroad when we could be better using them here at home to protect our own borders, protect the homeland.
All right.
That will be my top priority in foreign policy.
We gave you
protect
more
this
than the 30
homeland.
seconds in the revive. So I do want to get.
Well, I mean, Russia isn't communist.
We respect everybody's time here. So, Governor Haley, you did not raise your hand, meaning that you would support more funding for the Ukraine war. You have said of Governor DeSantis that you didn't appreciate it when he initially called it a territorial dispute. Why?
First of all, the American president needs to have moral clarity. They need to know the difference between right and wrong. They need to know the difference between good and evil. Right. When you look at the situation with Russia and Ukraine, here you have a pro-American country that was invaded by a thug. So when you want to talk about what has been given to Ukraine, less than 3.5% of our defense budget has been given to Ukraine. If you look at the percentages per GDP, 11 of the European countries have given more than the U.S. But what's really important is go back to when China and Russia held hands, shook hands before the Olympics, and named themselves unlimited partners. A win for Russia is a win for China. We have to know that. Ukraine is the first line of defense for us. And the problem that Vivek doesn't understand is he wants to hand Ukraine to Russia. He wants to let China eat Taiwan. He wants to go and stop funding Israel.
I love Taiwanese food.
Friends. What you do instead is you have the backs of your friends. Ukraine is the front line of defense. Putin has said once Russia takes Ukraine, Poland and the Baltics are next. That's a world war. We're trying to prevent war. Look at what Putin
Put some fucking pad thai now.
When I was at the UN, the Russian ambassador suddenly died. This guy is a murderer, and you are choosing a murderer over a pro-American country.
Is this the issue where there's the most
First of all, Mr. Ramaswamy,
distance between them?
Nikki, I wish you well in your future career on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon.
You know, I'm not on
but
the
fact
boards
of the matter,
and Raytheon, and you know,
Boeing came off of it, but you've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week,
Nikki. You want
Nikki.
to go and defund Israel? You want to
okay,
get
let me
Taiwan
address
to
that.
China?
I'm glad you brought that up.
Well, that's like the one good idea he's got.
The false lies of a professional politician. There you have it.
Your watch,
so the reality
make America less safe. You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what? The foreign policy experience that you all have shows in the pointless wars we've gotten into. I have to address that. So our relationship with Israel will never be stronger than by the end of my first term. But it's not a client relationship. It is a friendship. And you know what friends do? Friends help each other stand on their own 2 feet. So I will lead Abraham Accords 2.0. I will partner with Israel to make sure Iran never is nuclear armed. But you know what I love about Israel? And I've been there probably in the last 10 years more than most people on this stage. You know what I love about them? I love their border policies. I love their tough on crime policies.
I bet you do.
Identity and an iron dome to protect their homeland. And so, yes, I want to learn from the friends that we're supporting. And what puzzles me is, I want to learn from those and apply those to protect our homeland, Nikki.
Mask off, right?
America needs Israel.
Okay, Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned in the territorial dispute. Not only...
no, it's not a territorial dispute
President
either.
of the United States, your first obligation is to defend our country and its people. And that means you're sending all this money, but you're not doing what we need to do to secure our own border. We have tens of thousands of people who are being...
Somebody groaned.
We're not handling both. And so I am going to declare it a national emergency. I'm not going to send troops to Ukraine, but I am going to send them to our southern border. When these drug pushers are bringing fentanyl across the border, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to use force, and we're going to leave them stone cold dead.
We're actually going to move on to China.
We're going to leave them stoned.
Okay.
Governor Burgum. China has the biggest Navy in the world, the biggest army in the world. Now they have warships off the coast of Alaska. They are threatening Taiwan. In coming years, China will have 1,500 nuclear warheads, it's believed. The U.S. just arrested 2 sailors accused of spying for China within our military. So the question is, how would you deter China as a president, Burgum?
Well, this is the #1 issue we're facing. And of course, we haven't been talking about it, and we act like that letting Russia win in the Ukraine is like a gimme as opposed to a gift to China. Russia has become China's gas station. But how would we do it? The Biden administration is a complete fail. China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day, more than any other country in the world. They do not even have all the food they need to feed everybody in that country, so they don't have energy security or food security. But the Biden administration sends Blinken, Yellen over there. They're over there trying. They don't even bring up energy because they're too busy trying to kill the U.S. energy here. And what we need to do is not meetings, not press releases, because something that would send a lot more than a press release is actually Harpoon missiles. We need anti-ship missiles on Taiwan. The way that you have a war never start, which is the goal, the way you have peace through strength, is that you actually have strength. You actually have
PP girl.
And what we have in what we've got going on in Ukraine is an example of when deterrents fail. What is an example there of Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the fact that he greenlighted Putin moving into Ukraine, and then now they see weakness, and when they see weakness, they make a move. And we have to be strong, and we have to be strong both in Ukraine, and we can solve the southern border. Absolutely, we can do that, because guess what? There's only 19,855 authorized people for the Border Patrol, but they're not all staff because the Biden administration doesn't enforce law enforcement. But Biden administration wanted to put 87,000 people in the IRS as opposed to giving the money and the support we need to our own Border Patrol.
Okay. Senator Scott, on China, that same question.
Can I speak about China?
Let's fire the 87,000 IRS agents and hire or double the number of Border Patrol agents. I just left Yuma, Arizona about 2 weeks ago. The most pressing need,
Bet it's hot there,
from a national security standpoint, is our southern border. It has led to the death of 70,000 Americans because of fentanyl, plus 6 million illegal crossings since President Biden has taken office, and 200 people on our national security watch list have been caught at our border. How many have not been caught at our southern border? If we just spend $10 billion, we could finish the wall. For $5 billion more, we could have the military-grade technology to surveil our southern border to stop the flow of fentanyl and save 70,000 Americans a year. That should be the priority of this government. And as the next,
if that's your priority, then
I will make that border
safe injection sites.
There are many more questions on China. I do want to ask about
testing kits.
It's not just the 70,000 from fentanyl. We've lost 200,000 people to overdoses since Biden took office. That's 300 people a day. We're taking mass casualties, and that's a statistic.
You guys are the ones that mocked the safe smoking kits.
Losing. We've got North Dakota troops down there flying night helicopter missions from San Diego to the Gulf Coast, trying to stop these transnational criminal organizations. They've got better funding on their side than we've got on our side.
Speaking of which, Governor Hutchinson, images from earlier this month, Governor Hutchinson,
with Mexico,
Vice President Pence,
policy.
Images from earlier this month.
Mexican people are amazing. Mexican food is amazing. Mexican culture is amazing. A good portion of the country used to be Mexico.
Crossing into Texas with rifles. Do you consider this an invasion? Would you authorize lethal force along that border?
There would be lethal force used by the Border Patrol, law enforcement as needed to protect the border. Absolutely. When you look at the
Asa Hutchinson took COVID seriously
for intelligence gathering purposes, this is not unusual. Whenever I was in the Bush administration, we went down there and met with President Vicente Fox of Mexico and asked his help in going after the cartels. And he looked at me and said, they're a problem to us as well. And so we joined together and we took down the Ariana Felix brothers leading the Tijuana cartel, and that made a difference. Ramon was shot and killed, and Ben Amin was captured. Cooperation makes a difference. We cannot be successful going against the cartel unless we bring in Mexico as a partner. We have to use economic pressure to accomplish that. President Obrador has not been helpful, and we have to use economic
Todd Clorox.
Administration is not using. The rule of law has to matter on both sides of it.
Okay.
This is critical. I've done it. We know what needs to be done. The military has to be limited in its use. When after 9/11, we had the global war on terror, and guess what? We protected the border at the same time. You can do both.
Okay, let's go to Governor DeSantis. So, as president, would you support sending U.S. Special Forces over the border into Mexico to take out fentanyl labs, to take out drug cartel operations? Would you support that kind of American
Can't do that.
use?
Yes, and I will do it on day one. Here's the thing.
Yes, they're just advocating for invading Mexico.
tens of thousands of our fellow citizens. You want to talk about a country in decline? You have the cartels controlling a lot of part of your southern border. We have to reestablish the rule of law, and we have to defend our people. The President of the United States has got to use all available powers as Commander-in-Chief to protect our country and to protect the people. So when they're coming across, yes, we're going to use lethal force. Yes, we reserve the right to operate. How many more tens of thousands are we going to let to die? I am sick. I've met angel moms throughout this country. I met a lady in Texas named Tracy, and her son took one Percocet that was laced with fentanyl, immediately died. That is how
I'm calling bullshit on that one too.
The poison that they are bringing in. So as president, would I use force? Would I treat them as foreign terrorist organizations? You're darn right I would.
He took one Percocet.
Vice President Pence, why would you be better?
How'd the Percocet get laced with fentanyl?
Governor DeSantis on the campaign trail refers to your administration as not finishing the wall.
Right. Look, we secured the southern border of the United States of America and reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%. When Joe Biden took over, he threw open the southern border of the United States, and the wave of humanity, the wave of fentanyl that's been eloquently described here is a wave of human tragedy across this country. But Martha, you began this evening talking about who is best prepared to be the next president of the United States. And I have to tell you, with all humility, I was there when we negotiated through the government shutdown and got the funding available to build the wall. I was negotiating on Capitol Hill around the clock. I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy on behalf of the President of the United States. And AC, you're so right. It's because we used economic pressure to bring the Mexicans to the table, and they allowed us to have people wait in Mexico while they applied for asylum and ended asylum abuse overnight. We got the Mexicans to deploy their National Guard to their southern border and to our southern border as never before. And I want to promise you, as President of the United States of America, I will engage Mexico the exact same way, and we will partner with the Mexican military, and we will hunt down and destroy the cartels that are claiming lives in the United States of America.
Okay, thank you. Another issue that is related to this is that almost 7 million migrants have crossed this border, our southern border, during the Biden administration. So, Governor Christie, what would you do about the 7 million who are here? How would you handle them? What would you do?
Look, Martha, the first thing we need to do is to stop any more from coming. That's the first thing we need to do. Then the next thing we need to do with the folks that are here is to, again, as we've talked about all night tonight, we have to have law and order in this country. We have to enforce the law. And what that means is to make sure that people who come here illegally are not rewarded for being here illegally. We have so many wonderful people from around the world who are waiting in line, following the law to try to come here and pursue the American dream. And those people are waiting and waiting and waiting because we haven't dealt with the problem of the folks who are here. We have to have them detained. We have to make sure that they
Dusty Rhodes is indeed dead.
Broken the law. And one last thing on this fentanyl issue. With China, we can't take our eye off of that ball. Right. Yes, it's important that we secure the border. Very important, as I just said. But China is sending these chemicals to these drug cartels for them to create the fentanyl that is killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens. The Chinese are engaging in an act of war against us, killing our citizens. We better make that priority one in our conversations with China and to try to straighten that relationship out, because if we don't, we're going to lose more and more of our citizens.
I just want to clarify, would you send those people back?
Of course. You'd have to.
We have a lot of issues that Americans care about. Next up, we're going to talk about the crisis in education of American children.
Well, that was crazy.
Proficient in reading or math after this.
Wow. So, yeah, that got really racist there, didn't it? And just the whole time, I'm just thinking about, like, I love Mexican culture. Like, why, like, they talk about it as if California, New Mexico, all that used to be part of Mexico. There are families along the border that are intertwined, and they should be able to come and go as they please. We shouldn't have a hard border at our southern border. And, like, I don't like the U.S. bastardized version of Mexican food. I want real Mexican food. Texas is originally pronounced Tejas. I'm probably fucking it up. I am pulling a Peggy Hill on, like, everything. It's Spanish inspired food. I like authentic food from places. I don't want your Americanized version. I want your Chinese food. I want your actual Indian food. I was a videographer for a, like, graduation party for an Indian girl. And, like, the family cooked and everything was in, like, Tupperware and shit. Like, it's the most amazing thing I've ever put in my mouth. And I've been chasing that dragon. I've done, like, every drug under the sun. I have been chasing that dragon for years. There's nothing that's come close to that. I don't know what anything was. All I know is it was amazing. Everything was amazing. It was, you know, nom you dipped in this and nom you dipped in that and chicken coated in this shit and rice. Oh my better than any drug I've ever had. Okay, so, like, I'll go to a taco, but, like, I usually like to go and get whatever the, you know, the rotating item is, because that's what I do when I go to Taco Bell. I'll get whatever their special thing is that they've got out. And then maybe I'll get, like, a, you know, I like a Doritos Locos taco. I like a, you know, one of the fucking burritos with the Fritos in it. But, like, I don't do Taco Bell but, like, once every 3 or 4 months probably. That kind of deal. So that's where I stand with the Taco Bell. Like, it's a you know, guilty pleasure every now and again. Warlord, I've asked you this before. Do you have Taco Bell? Have you ever tasted Taco Bell? What is your opinion as a British person? You don't think so? I'm amazed you don't have Taco. Do you have KFC? What do they call a quarter pounder in Britain?
The Nation's report card.
Yes, Mellow Mushroom is awesome. I am close to where Mellow Mushroom
Absenteeism, deep
was invented.
For reading and math for 15-year-olds and 13-year-olds. Governor DeSantis, you would eliminate, you said, the Department of Education. But as president, would you still have a responsibility to fix this crisis as we see it?
Absolutely. The decline in education is one of the major reasons why our country is in decline. We need education in this country, not indoctrination in this country. And in Florida,
you've got PragerU, literal indoctrination.
During COVID, and a lot of the problems that we've seen are because these lockdown states lock their kids out of school for a year and a half. That was wrong. We stood up. I took a lot of fire for that. I was pilloried by the media, but I stood for our kids. And as president, I'll stand for you and your kids as well. But we have to make sure that what our schools are doing is focusing on solid academics. In Florida, we eliminated critical race theory from our K-12 schools. We eliminated gender ideology from our K through 12 schools. And we have elevated the importance of American civics in teaching our kids about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. As president, I'm going to lead an effort to increase civic understanding and knowledge of our Constitution. We cannot be graduating students that don't have any foundation in what it means to be an American.
Mr. Ramaswamy, Mr. Ramaswamy, hold on, Senator Scott. You've said that the Department of Education, the FBI, the ATF, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the IRS, the Department of Commerce, many of these should not exist.
Let's get rid of all of them.
To the education question, how would you deal with the crisis?
So look, we have a crisis of achievement. Let's shut down the head of the snake, the Department of Education. Take that $80 billion, put it in the hands of parents across this country. This is the civil rights issue of our time. Allow any parent to choose where they send their kids to school. End the teachers' unions at the local level to allow public schools to compete. And then revive our national identity where every high school senior should have to pass the same civics test that, frankly, every immigrant, including my mother, had to pass in order to become a citizen of this country. And the fact of the matter is,
I wonder how many Republicans could pass that civics test.
it rests with the family. I didn't grow up in money. But you know the word privilege gets used a lot? Well, you know what? I did have the ultimate privilege of two parents in the house with a focus on educational achievement. And I want every kid to enjoy that. So part of the problem is we also have a federal government that pays
I'll take it.
more not to have a man in the house than to have a man in the house.
I basically did it the other night, Warlord.
And I think that goes hand in glove with the education crisis as well, because we have to remember education starts with the family, and the nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to mankind.
Governor Haley has said that biological boys playing in girls' is the women's issue of our time. You said that even though you signed a ban on this in North Dakota, that there hadn't been one instance where it was actually needed. Are you saying that you think that too much is made of this issue?
No, I'm saying in North Dakota, we made a priority of protecting women's sports, and we've done that in our state. But I would absolutely do that. But I do think when we start talking about education and we think that we're going to have a federal government one size fits all, we're just completely losing track of the fact that education differs by state. Some school districts are doing a fantastic job, some less so. But the idea that every school district, state, and every teacher is somehow indoctrinating people is just false. You know, when I was building a company from scratch, you know, with small town kids, and we went, you know, grew up in a town of 300, but we built a global company.
Just a small town boy.
With over 100,000 customers. We listened to those customers. We spent time with them. We talked to them. We did that. And as governor, well, education is one of the biggest part of a state budget. So as a governor, I shadow a student. The night before I find out the student finds out, I'm going to go to every class with them. I don't sit and lecture school districts how to do it. I go and see the experience. And there's a lot of things that have to change. But what needs to change in education is it's innovation. We're doing it the same way we did it 50 years ago with innovation, not regulation. I would get rid of the Department of Education. I would give block grants to schools, but I'd give them on merit based on who's doing the most innovative. I just got done holding the 7th annual Governor's Conference on Innovation Education. You should see what the people are doing when you cut loose the red tape, get the burden off their back. They care. Teachers in this country, the vast majority of them care about those kids. They're working in low-paying jobs, and they're fighting for those kids and their families.
Governor Haley, you said that this is the women's issue of our time.
First, I'll tell you, as you know, as a parent, the one thing you want is for your child to have a better life than you did. And we can talk about all of these things, and there's a lot of crazy woke things happening in schools, but we've got to get these kids reading. If a child can't read by 3rd grade, they're 4 times less likely to graduate high school. So we need to make sure we bring in reading remediation all over this country. We need transparency in the classroom because parents should never have to wonder what's being said or taught to their children in the classroom. Parents need to be deciding which schools their kids go to because they know best. And let's put vocational classes back into the high schools. Let's teach our kids to build things again. When we do that...
You know, they've mentioned schools, but they haven't mentioned, you know, like one of the biggest issues with their schools.
For girls all day long because strong girls become strong women become strong leaders, and biological boys don't belong in the locker rooms of any of our girls.
Another point on education.
We're going to start.
Seriously, trans people are a scourge that need to be dealt with. School shootings not even mentioned.
30-second answers, please. President Biden will be 82 years old on Inauguration Day. Nearly 70% of Americans say that he is too old to serve. Should presidents have to pass a mental and physical test in order to serve, Vice President Pence?
Well, it might be a good idea to have everybody in Washington, D.C. pass a mental and but 30 seconds, no. The American people can make those judgments. But let me say, I'm running for president of the United States because we don't need a president who's too old, and we don't need a president who's too young. We need a president who's...
We need a silver fox.
We need a president who knows how Congress works, how the White House works, how states work. And on this education issue, Martha, I was fighting against No Child Left Behind when Republicans were doubling the Department of Education. I'll also shut down the Federal Department of Education. And when I was governor, we doubled the size of the largest school choice program in America. And we'll give school choice to every family in America.
Does Pence get a boost out of this? He did better than I expected him to.
You're 38. You're the youngest on the stage. You've said, and you just said, you want a civics test or public service for those under 25 to be able to vote. So the question is, do you want a mental acuity test for presidents over 75?
I believe in the people of this country to tell the difference between somebody who's an automaton and somebody who's actually a thinking agent in the White House, which we don't have in there today. And I will tell you, I want to address Vice President Pence's comment. I think we do need somebody of a different generation to lead this nation forward. Look at the way I've run this campaign. Going to the south side of Chicago, to Kensington.
Does Vivek get a bump?
We have an opportunity to build a multi-ethnic working class majority to deliver a landslide, and I think I'm the only candidate in this race, young or old, black or white, to bring all of those voters along to deliver a Reagan 1980 revolution. We're going to do it in 2024.
Same question to you,
in a presidential election until 2020.
I will answer that. I will answer that.
30 seconds.
30-second quick answer.
You guys need to get control of this debate.
Everybody's going to get a chance.
Listen, we're getting control of the debate. This is a lightning round, not rolling thunder. Governor Hutchinson.
The thunder rolls.
On education, first of all, look at Arkansas. We have to compete with China. I built computer science education. We led the nation in computer science education, going from 1,100 students to 23,000 students taking it. This is how you compete with China. As President of the United States, I will make sure we go from 51% of our schools offering computer science to every school in rural areas and urban areas offering computer science for the benefit of our kids, and we can
looks like a possum.
In terms of technology.
He looks like a possum.
This is coming to you.
An insult to possums.
We're trying to do a quick round of different topics here. So, Senator Scott, faith is on decline in this country. You talked about it a little bit before tonight. So is there a role for a president of the United States in changing that? What would you do to change that?
Well, our nation was founded upon the Judeo-Christian values that has made this the greatest nation on God's green earth.
False.
In Ephesians 3:20, that God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or
I guess anything is possible when you lie.
Behavior we want others to follow. On education, the only way we change education in this nation is to break the backs of the teachers' unions. They are standing in the doorhouse of our kids, locking them.
Go fuck yourself.
And locking them out of the greatest future they could have.
As President, Governor DeSantis, would you support some...
We are pro-union in this household.
I think it should be voluntary. I'm somebody that volunteered to serve, inspired by September 11th, and I deployed...
You tortured people.
Alongside U.S. Navy SEALs in places like Fallujah, Ramadi, and it's something that I think has taught me, you know, when you go in that type of environment, anything you have, your personal agenda, you check it at the door. You go there, and it's about focusing on the mission above all else. And guys come together.
How do you guys feel that DeSantis did?
Being the president of the United States. It's not about me. It's not about all these other side issues. My sole focus will be on your future and reversing this country's decline.
Okay.
He wasn't early on. He came out strong.
Governor Christie, do you believe that the recent spike in UFO encounters...
I get the UFO.
Well.
Yeah, you do. Come on, man. But, okay, we've been hearing a lot of testimony in Congress, and people are taking this a lot more seriously.
Politically, that's the best analogy. Or not analogy. That's the best analysis.
Governor Christie,
He fell because he didn't win.
level with the American people about what the government knows about these possible encounters.
Martha, and especially coming from a woman from New Jersey, I think it's horrible that just because I'm from New Jersey, you asked me about unidentified flying objects and Martians. We're different, but we're not that different. Look, of course, the job of the President of the United States is to level with the American people about everything. The job of the President of the United States is to stand for truth. The job of the President of the United States
Was Trump the winner of this debate?
for our children and our grandchildren. And so whether it was UFOs or this problem of education, and Tim's right, by the way, and I started this in 2010 by going right after the teachers' unions in New Jersey and drove them down to an all-time low popularity rating because they were putting themselves before our kids. That is the biggest threat to our country, not UFOs.
Okay. Well, coming up, we've got closing arguments. Plus, right after the debate, Hannity is live from the spin room right here in the Fiserv Forum with...
I'm interested to know what you guys think. Who are the winners and losers? I don't think there is a clear loser. Maybe Nikki Haley. Simply because she wasn't assertive enough? Rio Newsom is a loser. I didn't think he did too bad. Who does everybody think was the winner? I'm inclined to give it to Ramaswamy. And I feel like Pence might have had the second best showing. And that is amazing to me. EP girl going with Ron DeSantis. I would have put DeSantis at third. Then probably Christie. Yeah, because it's what metric are you going by? I'm just going strictly by how charismatic they came across, how well they performed. Trump, Vivek, Pence, putting fingers. Haley above Christie. Why do you say Haley above Christie? Tim Scott. Damn. Okay, so Tim Scott didn't have a bad performance, but the fact that I didn't even remember him should be telling about his performance. While he didn't do bad, there was nothing that stuck out about Tim Scott. I have a hard time thinking like a right-winger. But they've got some kind of quiz going on here. If I had noticed. Warlord is correct. Do keep an eye out for a poll. We've got 45 minutes of Trump and Tucker Carlson. God, this is a slog of a night. But this debate has been a lot of fun. Stick with us. Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump. Should I turn YouTube back on? We've got closing arguments. We've got like a 5-minute lightning round here. And just as soon as I said lightning flashed across the screen. God damn. – 46-minute interview. Ugh. I am not high enough for this shit. I am gonna have to pack another one. They didn't kick Pac-Man. I don't have a cat handy, actually. That might be one right there. Kind of hard to see him. It's dark in here. Well, he's very upset that I picked him up. Usually my giant ass TV is on. It illuminates me. It is not very normal to not have a cat. I have 3 cats. So this morning when I was wanting to go back to bed after I got up, not a single cat would cuddle with me, and it was very upsetting to me. The cat wins the debate. Hoagie, you won the debate, buddy. I wanted a cat to cuddle with me, and he refused. Maynard refused. Possibly. Maynard was not impressed.
The next 2024 showdown.
Fox Business is partnering with Univision, the Reagan Foundation, and Rumble to bring you the second Republican presidential debate on September 27th. It looks pretty nice there. 20 years ago, 70% of American adults said they were extremely proud to be an American. That number has now plummeted to just 39%. In his pitch to get to the Oval Office, President Reagan called America the shining city on a hill, a beacon of hope and optimism.
So in your closing statement tonight, please tell American voters why you are the person who can inspire this nation to a better day.
Are they going to have like
5 seconds?
I was about to say 20 seconds.
I understand why America's hurting. Biden's inflation is choking us. I grew up in a small town. My dad died when I was a freshman in high school. My mom, widow of 3, went back to work. Every job I had growing up was one where I took a shower at the end of the day, not at the beginning of the day. Our cities are less safe because of the fentanyl pouring into this country. Our economy is being crushed by Biden's energy policies, which are raising the cost of every product you buy, not just the gasoline at the pump. One thing that I'll do as president, I'll secure the border. I'll get this economy sprinting, not crawling like it is right now. And I would say that other thing is for sure, when I'm on a horseback in the Badlands of North Dakota, it looks like the horizon is just limitless. And when you can almost see beyond that horizon, you can see that this great country, our future is unlimited. But we've got to focus on innovation, not regulation. We've got to cut the red tape. We've got to drive ourselves forward. The way we win the Cold War with China is by growing our economy and through innovation. And as president, I will bring out the best of America. I will improve every American life.
Well, we hope you're back on your horse soon, Governor.
Governor Hutchinson?
Our nation is in trouble, and it's in trouble because of failed leadership. And the solution is not 4 more years of Joseph Biden. The solution is not 4 more years of Donald Trump. The solution is new leadership that can bring bold ideas to America and to bring out the best of America.
I'm all for that, but that is nobody on that stage.
To bring out the best of our people. That's what Ronald Reagan did. And he did it with optimism and hope for our country, with a consistent conservatism. That's exactly what I bring. As president, I'll bring out the best of America in terms of individual responsibility, building our economy, in terms of securing our border, enforcing the rule of law. I'll bring out the best of America in terms of our national character, our faith, and our hope for the future. Join in this fight, asa2024.com.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Thank you. I was a disillusioned young man growing up in a single-parent household, mired in poverty. I wondered if the American dream was real for a kid like me. I can stand before you today and say the dream is alive, it is well, and it is healthy. I have the good fortune of a mom who works 16-hour days, making sure we have food on our tables. She taught me that if you're able-bodied in America, you work. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. If you commit a violent crime, you go to jail. And if God made you a man, you play sports against men. I'm Tim Scott. I'm asking you for your vote, and if you're in Iowa, I'm asking you to caucus for me. You can go to votetimscott.com for more information or to make a contribution.
Governor Christie.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Martha. Look, everybody on this stage wants to be the next president of the United States. And the only way that's going to happen is if we beat Joe Biden. I'm the only one on this stage who's ever beaten a Democratic incumbent in an election. I did it in a deep blue state, being outspent 3-1. Beating a Democratic incumbent is not easy. The last Democratic incumbent president who was defeated was Jimmy Carter. And he was defeated by a conservative governor from a blue state.
And apparently we don't have much longer with Jimmy
Who
Carter.
stood for the truth, who cared about accountability, and stood strong and hard against waste. Those are the very things that I did in my 8 years as governor of New Jersey, and it's exactly what I'll do as president of the United States. Believe me, the Democrats want some other nominee who's never beaten a Democratic incumbent. I'm the one who can win this race, and if you give me the chance, I will restore our country by winning it.
Thank you. Governor Haley.
Several weeks ago, I dropped my husband, Michael, a combat veteran from Afghanistan, off at 4 a.m. for another year-long deployment. I watched him and 230 soldiers pick up their 2 duffel bags of belongings to go to a country they had never been, all in the name of protecting America. If they are willing to protect us from there, we should be willing to fight for America here. I will beat Joe Biden, and he knows that. I will strengthen our economy, and we'll bring this inflation down. We will put transparency in the classroom. We will secure our borders. We will have the backs of our law enforcement, and we will make sure we have a strong national security. And once again, we will make sure we have an America that is strong and proud. We have a country to save. Join us. Go to NikkiHaley.com, and let's get it done.
Vice President Pence.
Thank you, Brad and Martha, for this evening. It's an honor to be here. Joe Biden has weakened America at home and abroad. The disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, their war on energy, runaway spending that launched the worst inflation in 40 years, a crisis at our southern border, an assault on our values and liberties, and the American people have had enough. But I know we can bring it back. But different times call for different leadership. The Republican Party owes the American people a choice. Proven leadership at the national level that knows how to move a conservative agenda forward. We proved in the Trump-Pence years you can turn this country around faster than you can imagine. And I have faith we will again. Because I have faith in the American people. The good, decent, hard-working, faith-filled, idealistic people of this country. And I have faith that God is not done with America yet. And if we will renew our faith in one another and renew our faith in Him who has ever guided this nation since we arrived on these wilderness shores, I know the best days for the greatest nation on earth are yet to come.
Thank you. Mr. Ramaswamy.
I was born in 1985, and I grew up into a generation where we were taught to
they went by polling order.
And our differences so much that we forgot all
That's why DeSantis gets the last word.
As Americans, bound by a common set of ideals that set this nation into motion in 1776. And this is our moment to revive those common ideals. God is real. There are 2 genders. Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Reverse racism is racism. An open border is not a border. Parents determine the education of their children. The nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to man. Capitalism lifts us up from poverty. There are 3 branches of government, not 4. And the U.S. Constitution, it is the strongest guarantor of freedom in human history.
Not 4?
That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what will win us the revolution of 2024. Thanks for letting me introduce myself tonight. Thank you.
Governor DeSantis.
Oh, that fake smile.
Governor?
This is our time for choosing. We will send Joe Biden back to his basement and we will reverse the decline of this country. I'm a blue-collar kid. I work minimum wage jobs to be able to make ends meet. I understand.
Didn't this motherfucker go to Yale or some shit?
How that slipped away from so many millions of Americans will restore it. I'm a veteran who served in Iraq. I know what it means to put service above self. I'm also a dad and a husband to 6'5" and 3-year-old. I understand the importance of protecting parents.
Administrative state, that's just the executive branch.
We showed it could be done. I made promises and I delivered on all of those promises. 2024 is make or break. We're not getting a mulligan, no excuses. I will get the job done, and as your president, I will not let you down. God bless you all.
Oh, thank God it's over.
Thank you. Thank you to all the candidates on the stage tonight, and thank you to Milwaukee.
I'm tired. Are you guys tired?
From debates to primaries to the general election and the conventions before that. Thanks for joining us. Sean Hannity from the...
We're gonna do Trump.
Take it away, Sean.
Take it away, Sean.
All right. Well, thank you both, by the way. Great job, Martha. And
You want a taste of Hannity? Oh, nope. All right. Let me head on over to X. You still got to type in Twitter. It's still Twitter. Oof. I thought that was tiring. I'm ready to be laying on the couch. I can't believe Socks let me hold him like a baby for... That was a good 7 or 8 minutes. There we go. Rolled past it there. Nope, I got it. Is everyone ready? Everyone buckled in? And see, Trump wore a blue tie. This. One of the things I pointed out, if you weren't here for this, everyone at the debate had a red tie on. Now, Chris Christie and Asa Hutchinson had like different patterns on their tie. But then everyone else was just straight up, Trump looking red silkish tie. Trump pulling a blue tie. Differentiates himself. Interesting.
It's debate night, but we're not in Milwaukee.
God damn.
Mr. President, thanks for joining.
2 trolls.
Why aren't you at the Fox News debate tonight in Milwaukee?
Well, a lot of people have been asking me that, and many people said you shouldn't do them, but you see the polls have come out, and I'm leading by 50 and 60 points. And, some of them are at 1 and 0 and 2. And I'm saying, do I sit there for an hour or 2 hours, whatever it's going to be, and
wreck them?
Harassed by people that shouldn't even be running for president? Should I be doing that? And a network that isn't particularly friendly to me, frankly. They were backing Ron DeSanctimonious like crazy, and now they've given up on him. I mean, it's a lost cause. It reminded me very much of 2016. In 2016, I went through the same stuff and had to fight them all the way, and then they became very friendly after I won, or just about when I was winning. But I just felt it would be more appropriate not to do the debate. I don't think it's right to do it. If you're leading by 50, 60, I have one problem leading by 70 points, and I'm saying, why am I doing it? And I'm going to have 8 people, 10 people, whoever made the debate, I don't know how many it is, but I'm going to have all these people screaming at me, shouting questions at me. all of which I love answering, I love doing, but it doesn't make sense to do them. So
you would have loved it. We would have loved it.
I did. I'm grateful that you did. It's interesting, though, because you spent a lot of your career.
See, I'm sad he did the politically advantageous thing and not the thing that we all would have enjoyed. He would have enjoyed doing it. We would have enjoyed watching him. We all missed out on it. Why'd you have to do the right thing for politics this one time?
You're in television.
Yeah.
You had a top show in television on NBC. But you don't feel the need now running for president to do television, obviously. Do you think television is declining?
Well, according to a poll that I guess we just saw, it just came out where it's down like 35%, but I think they were referring to cable. I think cable's down because it's lost credibility. MSNBC, or as they say, MSDNC, is so bad. It's so wrong what they write and what they do and what they say. It's, it's fake news, as I said. I think I came up with that term. I hope I did because it's a good one. It's not tough enough anymore. It's corrupt news. Really what you do is call it corrupt news, but somehow that doesn't play as nicely, but it is corrupt news. So you have MSNBC and you have CNN, who's absolutely doing no ratings at all. I mean, they're dead. But they're doing none because they don't have credibility. They really don't have credibility. Fox is way down, as you know. And the good old days are long ago. I will say this, it could come back, but they just don't have a lot of credibility. Tucker, you know that perhaps better than anybody. I think it was a terrible move getting rid of you. You were #1 on television, and all of a sudden we're doing this interview, but we'll get bigger ratings using this crazy forum that you're using than probably the debate or competition.
When you say there are people on stage who shouldn't be running for president, who do you mean?
Well, I don't want to really use names, but it wouldn't matter too much. A guy like, I call him Ada Hutchinson. It's Asa, but I call him Ada.
Why do you call him Ada?
I could tell you, but I don't want to get myself in a little trouble. But he's weak and pathetic, and he was, I never understood the guy, never knew him. He was the governor of Arkansas, not a very popular guy. I don't know how but that state is such a great state. The people are so incredible in that state, and they love me and I love them. How does this guy get elected governor of Arkansas? But he's nasty always and has been. A guy like Chris Christie, the guy left with a 8%, think of it, 8% approval rating in New Jersey. Now he's running for president. And he runs solely on the basis, let's get Trump. He's like a savage maniac. He's like a lunatic. And that's all he talks about. His poll numbers are very, very low. He's about 2%.
What's he like? You know him well.
No, I've been friendly with him.
He was in your administration.
I didn't give him a job because I just never trusted him very much.
Oh, no. He wasn't. It was a transition team.
One of his people that really trusted him. I never gave him the job. And that's one of the reasons he feels so hurt and so betrayed. And I understand that. I really do. I understand it. But I never gave him. He wanted to be different things. He was looking at different elements of the administration, and I decided I didn't want to do it. And now I'm glad I did, because you see, but we had some great people. I had great people. We'll have even better people if we do this, because now I know Washington. Before I didn't know Washington. But guys like Bill Barr were terrible. I mean, they were, I would say, Bushies. I say that with respect to the Bush family, but they were Bushies. And
that is the scary part. Apparently,
clear. This is kind of far afield, but it was just interesting.
People have plans. They know how Washington works now.
This time he wrote a book about it,
right?
His autobiography, and in it he lies about Jeffrey Epstein's death. Clearly lies. Do you think Epstein killed himself sincerely?
I don't know. I will say that he was a fixture in Palm Beach.
Yeah.
I don't know what Barr said about it either. I have no idea what he said. What did he say? He killed himself, probably?
He said he killed himself and that they were going to do this investigation. They never did the investigation. It's never been public.
Well,
and they hid it. And why are they doing that? And clearly Barr knew. But why would Bill Barr be covering up the death of Jeffrey Epstein?
Bill Barr didn't do an investigation on the election fraud either, okay? He said he did, and he pretended he did, but he didn't. McSwain, the U.S. attorney.
Was this specifically to smear Bill Barr?
Said Barr just wouldn't let him do it. It was crazy. Barr became so petrified, so frightened of being impeached. They were going to impeach him. I don't know if you remember it.
Yeah.
It's not a big moment in history. But they said, we're going to impeach. They play a much rougher game, the left, the lunatics. And they were going to impeach Bill Barr. And he was petrified. Now, how do you not get impeached? Don't do any of this stuff. But he didn't do the job there. I don't know what he did with Epstein, but possibly he didn't.
Do you think it's
that.
possible that Epstein was killed?
Oh, sure, it's possible. I mean, I don't really believe. I think he probably committed suicide. He had a life with, you know, beautiful homes and beautiful everything, and he all of a sudden he's incarcerated and not doing very well. I would say that he did, but there are those people. There are many people. I think you're one of them, right? But a lot of people think that he was killed. He knew a lot on a lot of people.
He was killed.
You think so?
I think the closer you look, I'm not a conspiracy person at all. I believe everything I hear. But yeah, the closer you look into it, I mean, the Attorney General of the United States, your Attorney General, clearly lied about the Epstein death.
Yeah,
and
he was.
Why?
He was certainly. It wasn't well.
But you're just accusing Trump of lying about it then.
He was sleeping, and you know, a case could be made. Look, I'm not going to get involved in it, but I can tell you, a case could be made either way. But it certainly wasn't the most well-run place.
So the reason I'm asking you is I'm looking at the trajectory since 2015 when you got into politics, you know, for real, and then won. It started with protests against you, massive protests,
Right.
organized protests by the left, and then it moved to impeachment twice,
Right.
and now indictment. I mean, the next stage is violence. Are you worried that they're going to try and kill you? Why wouldn't they try and kill you, honestly?
They're savage animals. They are people that are sick, really sick. You have great people in the Democrat Party. You have great people that are Democrats. Most of the people in our country are fantastic, and I'm representing everybody. I'm not just Republicans or conservatives. I represent everybody. I'm the president of everybody. But I've seen what they do. I've seen the lengths that they go to. When they make up the Russia, when that's exposed and they go down, and Barr should have gone after them, and other people should have gone after, and they did very late, because the Durham report came out. It was fairly good. It could have been a lot tougher, I guess, but it was fairly good. But it explained how corrupt it was. I'll tell you who did a great job was the Inspector General Horowitz. He did a phenomenal report. You didn't have to go to Durham. He did it on Comey and on, I guess, McCabe and some others, and it was a vicious, it was basically a true report, how bad they are. But these people are sick people. These are people that I think they hate our country.
I looked into OnlyFans, and I can't do violence on
When
OnlyFans.
you see these policies that they have and so many other things, it's so sad to see. You know, we have a country that's very fragile right now. I've never seen, I will say, look, I ran in 16, which was 15, but I ran in 16, election in 16, and there was tremendous spirit. In 20, there was even more spirit. We got millions and millions more votes. You know, it wasn't even a contest. People said, well, what do you think of 20? I said, we did much better. We did. You got to base it on the number of votes. We got many more votes in 20 than we did in 16. But the election was rigged. It was a rigged election. And with COVID, they used COVID to cheat in a lot of different things, and we have so much on it. It's like so easy. But we had judges that didn't want to look. We had people didn't want to get involved. They called you, he's a conspiracy theorist if you say anything about the election. But I have never seen spirit like there is right now. Even coming down here, just the people on the road that are just absolutely going crazy. And the reason is, I think they like me, and I know they love my policies. I hope they like me too. You know, a lot of people say they don't like me, but they like my policies. I think they like me. But I have never seen spirit like it is right now. And the reason is because crooked Joe Biden is so bad. He's the worst president in the history of our country. I don't think he's going to make it to the gate, but you know, you never know. But he's a corrupt person, so corrupt that I took the name off Hillary. You know, I don't do two people at one time. I took the crooked Hillary and I retired the name. That was a good day for her.
Go ahead, light one up, tip one back.
And I used it for Joe because it's crooked Joe. But Joe is really...
But you don't think he's going to make it to November of 24?
Well, I think he's worse mentally than he is physically, and physically he's not exactly...
Are you going to make it?
A triathlete or any kind of an athlete. You look at him, he can't walk to the helicopter. He walks, he can't lift his feet out of the grass. You know, it's only 2 inches at the White House, right? That's not a lot. But you watch him, and it looks like he's walking on toothpicks. So, and then you see him on the beach where he can't lift a chair. You know, those chairs are meant to be light, right? They're like 2 ounces.
Yeah.
You lift him up. He can't lift the chair. He can't walk to the chair. And I don't know what they're doing with the beach. You know, this beach is seeming to play a big role, but they love pictures of him on the beach. I think he looks terrible on the beach. He looks terrible on the beach.
Skinny legs.
Well, he can't walk through the sand.
Skinny legs.
It's not that easy to walk through. But when he walks through it, he can't walk through the sand. And there's somebody in there that thinks he looks fabulous at the beach. I think he looks horrible at the beach. Plus, the beach doesn't represent what a president's supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be working. You're supposed to be getting us out of that horrible...
Sure thing, Mr. Golf Course.
That we're very much involved in with Russia and Ukraine. You could do that. You could do that very easily. I believe you could do that I don't believe he could do it because he's just incompetent. But that's a war that should end immediately, not because of one side or the other, because hundreds of thousands of people are being killed.
Wait, this is about Ukraine? What?
And rockets are going into that building and blowing it up and knocking it down.
Wait, was that the question? I don't even remember what the question was.
Why should anybody, human beings, these are human, whether they're Russian or Ukrainian or whatever they are, it's got to be stopped. And it can be stopped very easily. It would have never started. If I were president, it would have never started.
So, back to Biden, I'm interested.
Yeah, that was about Biden making it to the election.
It's clear to everybody. But that would make Kamala Harris the candidate?
Well, not really. I mean, I guess they'd have maybe a free-for-all. A lot of people say she has to remain.
A primary?
For certain reasons, the candidate. She has to. I don't think that's true, actually. I don't think...
Yeah, more vacation time than anybody.
She has some bad moments. Her moments are almost as bad as his. I think his are worse, actually.
Yeah.
But
she seems pretty senile, too.
She speaks in rhyme. It's weird. It's weird. But she has bad moments. And
in rhyme? What do you...
Well, the way she talks, the bus will go here and then the bus will go there because that's what buses do.
I don't like Kamala Harris, but she is infinitely more intelligent than either of these two. I don't know. Tucker plays dumb. Tucker is probably an intelligent person.
Too, and it's weird. The whole thing is weird. This is not a president of the United States future, and I think they probably have some kind of a primary, and other people will get involved.
Newsom, right? I mean,
could be. I mean, I always got along well with him, believe it or not. But could be him, could be somebody else. He's got a big load on his shoulders because you look at California, what's happened. But I don't know if the American people really, the people that vote for him, I don't even know if they care. You look at so many of the things that are going on, and people don't seem to be. In the old days, if you had a bad record, it meant a lot. Today, if you have a bad record, it doesn't really mean anything. He looks good. He's a nice-looking guy, speaks well. But Biden, every time you watch him talking, it's like he's walking on eggs. You're waiting for him to collapse. And he almost always...
The dude who lost twice and is running again.
All of the countries, essentially, but the big ones. And the bigger, the tougher the leader. It's like sort of, I guess maybe that's the way it's supposed to be. But I got to know President Xi of China and Putin and Kim Jong-un, North Korea. Did a great job with North Korea. Kept us out of a nuclear war. We would have 40,000 dead
getting in the floor.
Right, drop a nuke right on top of the military base. But we have 40,000 soldiers over there. And I did great. I got along with him great. That's a positive. The press said, he said nice things about Kim Jong-un. I also said horrible things at the beginning. Horrible enough that he wanted to talk. And we talked, and we met in Singapore. We met actually twice. And we had unbelievable meetings. I know him very well. We were in great shape with him.
What do you think he and Xi and Putin think of Biden?
I think they can't believe it. I think they probably say this is some kind of a system. They had great respect for our country. They respected me. They had great respect for our country when I was there. Every one of them. Look, if you go to North Korea, you take a look at what happened. The Olympics was dead. South Korea spent billions on the Olympics. Nobody was going to go. They didn't want to get blown up. They called me and they said, we are going to let the Olympics proceed. This is North Korea. I said, you should go into the Olympics. Put your athletes in. It wasn't like, they were big on athletes because,
famine.
But they went in and they actually participated. And within about 2 days, the entire thing was sold out. And if it wasn't me, that would have never happened. But I got along very well with him, and that's a positive thing. He does have massive nuclear.
He just said nobody would have went to the Olympics if it wasn't for him.
If the Obama thought process continued, it would have been a nuclear war, absolutely, with North Korea. He was expecting to go into a war, and it would have been a nuclear war.
So do you think the rest of the world looks on at Biden and thinks someone else has got to be running the government?
Yeah, I'm not high enough for this shit.
I don't think he's capable of doing anything. Look, when I debated him, I said, how come, and this was in front of probably not a friend of yours, Chris Wallace. He was the moderator.
Not a friend.
I said, why is it he wants to be Mike, but he doesn't have the talent? It's one of those
bitchy little man.
He wanted to be his father, but he didn't have the talent of his father was great. His father,
a little fussy man.
His father interviewed me in 60 Minutes. It was actually a 10. Can you believe it?
I totally. His father had talent, at least.
Little fussy man.
Good 60 Minutes. So he was rough.
Really?
His father was tough. He was great, though. He was great at what he did. But Chris Wallace was so upset. He was guarding this guy who wouldn't do a show, by the way. He wouldn't do. I figured. I didn't mind Chris Wallace because Biden wouldn't do a show. And it was very obvious. He kept asking him, but he wouldn't do the show. So I figured he's got to like me. But he came from a different planet. But remember when I asked the question, why is it that the mayor of Moscow's wife is allowed to give you $3.5 million? Don't forget, that was brought up now. It's brought up all the time. But that was brought up by me long before anyone ever heard of it. I said, the mayor of Moscow's wife giving you $3.5 million. What did you do to deserve $3.5 million? To Biden. And Chris Wallace said, this has nothing to do with the debate. I mean, he fought.
He got in the way of the question.
No, it was crazy. And I said, well, wait a minute. He got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. Now, people forget that, but if you go back and take a look, you will see. And Chris.
Yeah, I don't remember what he's talking about.
I said, I think
there's only one Biden-Trump debate.
It turned out to be much more appropriate than people thought.
Amazing.
Trump almost certainly had COVID during that debate.
You're the Republican nominee, and all goes as you plan it to go. Do you have a preference in who you run against?
In many ways, I'd love to run against him because his record's so bad. It's still horrible when you look at inflation and everything else, but others also have very bad records. I mean, California's a bad record, so, should it be Gavin or should it be somebody else? When I look at San Francisco, what's happened to that incredible city? That was one of the greatest cities in the world just a short while ago, and now it's very sad when you look at it. Los Angeles, every city practically, all the Democrat-run cities. Republican-run cities are doing very nicely because they arrest people when you have crimes, and they don't go after political candidates because they think it's good. I mean, it's been amazing. My poll numbers are the highest I've ever had.
So a Democratic city is any city he's being prosecuted in.
Can I ask you, that gets back to my original question. So if the protest didn't work, you got elected anyway. Yeah. Impeachment didn't work twice, obviously. Indictment is not working. Your poll numbers go up. When they raided Mar-a-Lago in August of last year, your numbers went up. They can indict you 20 times, and you're not gonna lose the Republican primary because of that.
Well, so it makes it look even more ridiculous. I mean, the 4 indictments, and maybe there'll be more. I don't know. These people are crazy.
But they're counterproductive. So if you charted,
there are going to be more. There are going to be more.
So what's next after try to put?
He knows something.
That's not working. So don't they have to kill you now?
I think the people of our country don't get enough credit for how smart they are. And I'm not sure I would have said this 10 years ago, but they get it. They really get it. When somebody gets indicted, your poll numbers go down. When somebody gets indicted, you announce, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be leaving to spend time with my family and to fight for the rest of my life on this stuff. But you're out of politics. I got indicted 4 times. All trivia, nonsense, bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Democracy. That's actually really witty. I'm stealing that. I'm going to use that for something.
By the Presidential Records Act, I'm allowed to do exactly that. He's not covered, and he's got.
It's going to be like a name of something.
And he's got them stored in Chinatown. He's got them stored in a flimsy garage under.
Going to my notes.
At Penn, and by the way, at Penn he gets millions of dollars. China pays this guy millions of dollars. See, I think he's the most corrupt president we've ever had, and he also has the distinction of being the most incompetent. And I believe both. I mean, he's both incompetent and corrupt.
So
and I actually believe he's compromised because China knows so much about him. They know where the money comes from. They know where it is, who paid it, and They probably paid it.
Yeah, that is the second time Tucker's asked that question.
$1 million.
And Trump has just glossed right over it.
$1,000 because, keeps it a little bit under $1 million, like by $1.
He must really believe in his Secret Service agents.
We have a Manchurian candidate, and he's afraid to tell Russia to get out of Cuba. He's afraid to tell China to get out of Cuba. He's afraid. China now is building, think of this, China is building military installations in Cuba. The Cuban population of Miami is not too happy because they're never going to be able to go back. And you don't even hear about it. And the worst culprit is the press, the media, because normally, when I first heard that China is building installations in Cuba, and installations means military installations, okay, they said just some communication. They did that on the islands with Japan. They took the island, they started this massive construction, and they told everybody, including the Japanese have to be very careful. They told everybody that
someone cut Warlord off on the coffee. He's had too much.
The runway's 20,000 feet long. Private jets need 4,000 feet. They don't need 20,000 feet. The big ones need 20,000 feet. They don't even need 20. And I looked at the runway. I said, that's the largest runway ever built, both in width and length, for housing development. There's nobody that has a plane that big that you would have a runway that's
Why
that's
is
for
China
testing.
allowed to conduct imperialism in our hemisphere?
Well, yeah, and it's far beyond Cuba. It's all over South America.
Yeah, in the Caribbean.
So we built a thing called the Panama Canal. We lost 35,000
Who are we to say that they can't?
Yeah. We lost 35,000 people building. We lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito. Vicious.
As if we haven't been over in their hemisphere.
One of the true great wonders of the world, as he said, one of the 9 wonders of the world. No, it was one of the 7. It happened a little while ago, It says 9 wonders of the world. You could make 9 wonders. He would have been better off if he stuck with the 9 and just said, yeah, I think it's 9. But this is one of the true 7 wonders of the world. And you take a look at the Panama Canal. It was such an incredible engineering marvel. We sold it under Jimmy Carter. We sold it to Panama for $1.
That's how you justify your invasion of Mexico?
The amount of money the ships had to pay to get across. They didn't lose one ship. And now they've made it much bigger, and now they've widened it. They've doubled it, right? They've more than doubled it. And it's one of the most profitable things. Any time it's just incredible, right? We gave it away for $1. China now controls it. They actually control the Panama Canal. They run it, they control it. And we shouldn't let that happen. And we can't let China be in Cuba. And they'll get out. If I'm president, they'll get out. Because I had a very good relationship with...
I don't think China controls the Panama Canal.
And he'll get out. And we can't let them run the Panama Canal. We built the Panama Canal. Should have never been given to Panama. We should have had it. But we gave it.
You shouldn't have...
Think of it. They quadrupled in one day.
We kept it for it was like 100 years.
For these massive ships to...
Before we gave it to them.
Going around the Cape and through all the tremendous storms, such beauty, when it's beautiful.
It's in the name, Panama.
Those were storms that wiped out the biggest ships. And we go through the Panama Canal, we built it, and we gave it away for $1. Think of that, how stupid are we? We have done the stupidest things in this country. And now we have a president that can't put 2 sentences together.
We seriously controlled it. I don't think it was almost.
He gets to the starting.
I don't think it was an entire century.
I mean, he ran out of his basement, and you got away with that one because of COVID. So
before we gave it to Panama,
they cheated on the election. But you have people that are very smart, but they're fascists and they're radical left lunatics, and they're destroying our country with the all-electric cars and the windmills all over the place, which, by the way, don't work, and they're.
The fascists just called other people fascist.
Most of them made in China. For the most part, they're made in China. Germany a little bit, but China. But you look at what's happening to our country, even no voter ID. I mean, why don't they want voter ID? There's only one reason they don't want voter ID, because they want to cheat. I mean, who doesn't want, the Democrat convention, the last one, they had voter ID that was this big. It looked like a prison card. This big on their chest. You walked in, they had your picture, your this, your fingerprint, they had everything. The most incredible voter ID I've ever seen. That was to get into the Democrat National Convention. But to get in to vote, If you buy groceries, if you buy practically anything now, you have ID on a card, credit cards or otherwise.
But don't you think it's racist to have to show your ID?
Well, they probably say that. They use anything not to show ID because voter ID is pretty simple. And we could go back, and we should go back to all paper ballots, voter ID, same-day voting. You know, France did it. France had mail-in ballots, and it was terrible. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you're going to have massive cheating.
Panama Canal is trending because of this.
Presidential election. Anytime you have...
Isn't that the whole point of them?
Yeah.
So you can
Oh,
cheat?
yeah, sure. It's their whole point. That's their whole point. They want to cheat. Yeah. They have to cheat because their policies are so bad that if they didn't cheat, they couldn't get elected. Who wants open borders? Who wants high taxes? Who wants high interest rates? Who wants to not be able to use a gas stove?
About 60 years.
Drive an electric car, which, you know, you have a 4-hour drive, but the car only goes an hour and a half, so you have to charge it. The happiest moment for somebody in an electric car is the first 10 minutes. In other words, you get it charged, and now for 10 minutes. The unhappiest part is the next hour because you're petrified that you're not going to be found to another charger. People, I'm saying if people, I'm not knocking electric cars, they're fine. They're fine. But if people want to buy a gasoline car or a hybrid, hybrids are pretty good actually, but they should be allowed to buy, they don't want to do any of this. So right now, California's in a big brownout because their grid is a disaster. The grid all over the country is sort of a disaster, but the grid in California. And yet they want to have in a very short period of time, millions and millions of cars going off that grid essentially. It doesn't work.
So plug your car into a grid that's failing.
You should be able to buy an electric car. You know, electric cars could be fine if you drive short distances and you want to have, you know, whatever, and you have plug-ins everywhere you go. They could be fine. But you got to have gasoline cars. You got to have everything. Let people buy everything. Now there's the new...
I don't know, Simp. I don't know.
They don't want you to have a modern-day heating system. They
I'm
want you
trying to get to the finish line here.
At least $10,000 to buy and won't work very well. You know, none of the stuff works as well. One of the things I did with EPA is you have states, many states, most of the states have so much water. You know, it comes out of heaven, right? The water pours down and you have...
Out of heaven. Out of heaven. That's where the water comes down.
It's not like a big problem. Now, in some states, they have a problem. You know, you have some desert areas.
What was the question again? We are... What? I'm so... The water comes out of heaven. It's because it's God crying. No, I can't. I can't.
Areas and all, and for that it's okay. But they have sinks where no water comes out. You turn it on, no water comes out. No water comes out of the shower. No water is allowed to go into the washing machine for your dishes or for your clothing or what. And I avoided all of that.
Wait, they have sinks where no water comes out?
Sure, you have restrictors. When I say no water, very little water. You want to wash your hands, right?
Yeah.
And you've seen this.
Your tiny hands.
Very little. Or you want to wash your beautiful hair, right? You're standing under a shower. Then the suds never go. The water comes out very slowly. I'm sure you've seen this. It usually takes place in new hotels and new homes.
Yeah, you take a drill and take the
They have
limiter out.
Well, you can, but now they make it so you can't do that so easily. They have a restrictor. It's called a restrictor.
Night, Casey. Go ahead. Light one up. Tip one back.
And you have to see these. They let the water come out. You know what people do? They wash their hands like 5 times longer. Or in the washing machine, they'll press for their, let's say the dishwasher. They'll press it. Then they'll press it about 7 or 8 times.
Yeah.
If Warlord can make it, I can make it.
I met with the head of Whirlpool. They were
over there on Greenwich Mean Time.
And they said to me, from Ohio, incredible, great state. I love Ohio. And they were really doing badly because people were dumping washing machines all over, mostly from South Korea, but also from China. And he was explaining it's just a terrible situation. I said, let me ask you, how's the quality? He says, we're better, but they are good enough quality. But, you know, of course he's going to say that. But, you know, they are better. He said, but they don't allow us. They're dumping these machines. They're cutting us in half. They're killing us. And on top of it, the government won't let us use water in our machines. I mean, he shows me like a quarter of a bottle of water. That's supposed to be washing clothing. And I freed it all up, and I put tariffs on these countries that were selling and the machines coming into the country. And that company went from all the washing machine companies, they make washing machines, they make dryers, all the different machines that kind of work, including dishwashers. And they went from a disaster area to being just thriving.
But can I ask,
they love me in that part of Ohio.
Well, I bet they do, but why should EPA, no one at EPA was elected by anybody,
Yeah.
why do they have the power to decide how much water your washing machine uses? Shouldn't Congress in a democracy get to vote on that?
Yeah, you could say that. They do things that are not very...
So how do you, that's my question, how do you, if you get elected again, you go back to Washington, how do you keep the agencies under control? How do you keep FBI and CIA specifically under control?
The way you do it, like I fired Comey, that was a big deal. You know, a lot of people said, and I fired him very early. Somebody said, oh, I wish you would have fired him. There was a real question about firing him anyway. You understand, because, you know, when they have a 10-year term, there is a question. I fired Comey. That was a great thing. If I didn't fire Comey, maybe I wouldn't be talking to you, or I'd be talking to you about real estate or something else other than politics, right? That was a coup, in my opinion. That was a very sick deal. That was the insurance policy. You remember the insurance policy? Oh, she's going to win, darling. She's going to win. But just in case she doesn't, we have an insurance policy. An insurance policy was what they were doing. And we caught them with that. That was a very important tweet or whatever it was, text. It was a big deal. That was a big deal. The insurance policy. She's going to win 100 million to 1. That's not good odds. At least they gave me 1, right? 100 million to 1. But just in case she doesn't win, we have an insurance policy. And everybody said, that's strange. That's strange. But we caught all of that because I fired Comey, because
the Peter Strzok text, those
a rock into a
FBI agents, they were cheating with each other.
The place went crazy.
So when you were president, are you confident that you knew everything?
Golden shower, you say?
No, I'm not. I'm not. It's a very interesting group of people. I had very good relationships, I thought, but I was...
Give me that eye pussy.
When I got out, that, you know, things go on. Look, it's...
What were you surprised by?
I was surprised. I think it's some of the people. I was surprised that there was... I had a group of people. Look, we killed many, using the CIA, I have to say this, very bad actors. We were very good at it. You look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, bigger than Osama bin Laden. I mean, Osama bin Laden, but al-Baghdadi did ISIS, and he was rebuilding ISIS.
He did ISIS.
CIA that did that.
That was really us that did that.
Yeah.
That was really us that did that. And Soleimani was us that did that, not so much CIA. But we did some very good work with the CIA. But I started, you know, when I looked at the 51 intelligence agents saying that was the laptop from hell was Russia disinformation, when I took a look at that, I said, that's a horrible thing. They knew it wasn't. They knew it was not. And by the way, you're talking about cheating on the election? McLaughlin and Fabrizio, great pollsters.
It can't be too much longer.
Plus other things meant anywhere from 10 to 17% of the vote would change.
Whatever happened to Mike Pence? You've always been nice to Pence. I've never heard.
He had a way better performance than we expected.
They're attacking you. What is that?
So Mike wants to run for president. You got to understand, in my opinion, Mike Pence had the absolute right to send the votes back to the legislatures. The Democrats and everybody said, you don't have the right. In other words, what I said, is he a human conveyor?
I'm going to stop you right there, sir. What you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Pointing that out going forward.
Air belt? You mean if he finds fraud in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in any of these states, Arizona, he has to send them to Mitch McConnell, right? That's right, sir. Well, if he finds fraud, he has to? Yes, sir. I said, so he's a conveyor belt. Boom, put him in. I said, I don't agree with that.
You mean truthing?
Some lawyers, not all. We had
you mean
some lawyers
truthing?
who said, no, you do have the right to send them back to the legislatures to be rechecked. Because if you looked at what went on in Wisconsin, who, by the way, now agree with me, Wisconsin has been virtually, other than the fact they're not allowed to do anything statutorily, but Wisconsin.
It's blocking my VPN. I can't access it.
I mean, we won Wisconsin.
Screenshot it and put it in the Discord.
Right, in my opinion, to send him back.
Do you ever talk to him now?
No, I haven't spoken to him in a long time. I was very disappointed in him. I didn't want to do what Thomas Jefferson did. Thomas Jefferson, it was Georgia, and it was hear ye, hear ye, the great state of Georgia is not capable or allowed to tabulate their votes. And Thomas Jefferson, who was the vice president, said, is Georgia sure that they cannot tabulate their votes? Georgia is sure. He didn't send them back and have them redo it.
Wait, what? Was Georgia even a state then?
Of the great state of Georgia for Thomas Jefferson and his president. I didn't ask him for that. Could have done that too, but I didn't. I thought that would be turmoil. I asked him to send him back to his legislature, to the legislatures, you know, in Wisconsin, let's say.
But why didn't he? I mean, you'd worked together for 4 years. You're the president. He's VP. You say you're aligned on everything.
I think he got very bad advice. I really do. Now, let me tell you what happened.
That what you were doing was unconstitutional?
I think his lawyer was in the room too. His lawyer was very much against it. There were other lawyers that felt you could do it. It was one of those things. I think you could have done it. I think you can always do something if you see fraud or if you see problems. But it's very interesting. So after the election was over, the rhinos got together with the Democrats and they redid the election, so you couldn't do it anymore. So then I called the people. I said, so in other words, you're saying I was right. You could do it. Yes, you could do it.
No, that's what you're being prosecuted for.
And they redid it, so the vice president no longer has the power to do what I said he could do. So when that happened, I said, wow. And you know, you'd look some of these Democrats in the eye and they'd say, he has absolutely no right to do it. And immediately after the election, they met rhinos, could name them all, and Democrats, and they approved legislation that takes away the right of the vice president to do it. So I said, so you're saying I was right. The vice president did have the right to do it, and they said, yes, he did.
So if you're saying they stole it from you last time, why wouldn't they do the same this time?
Oh, well, they'll try. They're going to be trying, yeah. And not only me, you know. Look, DeSantis is out. I think he's gone. So he's at a level. People have figured him out. He's gone. But if somebody else got in, other than me, they'll go at him just as viciously as they did me. These people are sick. They will go after them. And a lot of people say they won't be able to hold up. I do get credit for holding up quite well, I must tell you. I think it's...
How do you do that? How do you get indicted, you know, every week and stay cheerful?
I think it's a lot easier because I'm so high in the polls, because it means the people get it.
I'm not high enough for this shit.
The people see it, like this horrible district attorney from just a little while ago, from essentially Atlanta, that's Fulton County. She said, basically, I don't have any right to challenge an election. Well, what about Stacey Abrams? What about Hillary Clinton? What about all of these Democrats that are still challenging my election? The same people that are saying he's challenging an election challenged my election.
No.
And they did it with slates. They did it with all sorts of things. They were very bad about it. But basically, they're suing me and they're saying you don't have any right to challenge it. If you challenge an election, we're going to indict you and put you in jail. So what they're doing is they've weaponized, and don't kid yourself, the DOJ and Biden and the whole group.
You wanted this.
They're watching all of this stuff. They love the local stuff. You know, the DA in Manhattan. Not only that, they put one of the DOJ top people into the Manhattan DA's office to run things. They don't even have a case against me. It's not even a case. Everyone says, even the Democrats say, you can't bring these cases. You have no case. The Attorney General or the District Attorney, Fannie Willis, she's getting killed. Basically, she's saying Trump doesn't have the right to criticize an election. But you've been around long enough now. You've seen many elections criticized. I mean, Hillary Clinton goes crazy. Every time she talks, she says, he's not the president. Jimmy Carter said, he's not the president. Well, I am the president. Hillary Clinton called me, by the way, at 3:02 in the morning to congratulate me the night of the election.
Yeah, she conceded.
My voice was, it's very different, I will say. I won't get into that. But
what do you mean?
Her voice was very different. Don't forget, they were all celebrating at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I came home and I said, I think we won. I felt we won because the rallies are so big. We'd go to Wisconsin and we'd go to Georgia. We'd go to different states. In Michigan, we'd have rallies. In Pennsylvania, we had 58,000 people in Butler. And I said, how are we losing this? How do you have a rally where you have from 50 to 100,000 people, many of them? I did 7 a day for a couple of days. That's a lot. That's a lot. These are big rallies, too. And I didn't hold back. I didn't say, let's make them let's do abbreviations.
Hi, sweetie. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
But they challenged the stuff.
Yeah.
Hillary called me up and conceded. Now, the word is that Obama said you have to do that. But she called up and totally conceded. But now, every time you see her on television, she's saying, she's challenging the election.
She brings up the fact that she won the popular vote, and she did.
Stacey Abrams in Georgia should be.
It's a Kardashian thing that Sparkles had me doing.
She's never recanted. And
Do you think Stacey Abrams will be indicted for that?
No, of course not. She won't.
I was trying to be funny.
Indicted for things like that.
But I appreciate it clinically. Always keeping me honest.
That being said,
yes,
I had great support when they did impeachment hoax #1 and impeachment hoax #2. Jim Jordan, the House was fantastic. And actually the Senate was very good for me, other than, Mitch McConnell. I think if he had, it's too bad I endorsed him. He was begging, he was going to lose that race, and I endorsed him, and he ended up winning the race because of my endorsement. He was down, he was going to lose to Amy McGrath. She was $90 million in cash.
Fuck the turtle.
She was leading by 3. He was going down. I did him a favor, and then 3-4 months.
I don't think so. I think they're weekend at Birmingham.
But
am I even alive?
What's going on politically? So interesting. The level of loyalty is different in politics than it is in.
Look at his little hands.
With that being said, I've had great loyalty also. But the House was fantastic. The Senate was very good. They overrode Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell, in my opinion, was trying to get senators to impeach me, especially for the second one. And on the first one, he acted very, very slow. He should have gone much faster. But Mitch McConnell wanted to, and the senators went up to him, guys that are subservient to him because he gives money. He gives them money. He gives them a lot of money. He raises some money and he gives it to them, and therefore they do what he said. That's the only form of leadership he's got.
So last question, if you're elected.
Oh, thank God.
What's your number one priority? When you ran last time, you said, I will build a wall. This time, your bottom line top promise to the country.
So you can do numerous things at the same time.
Of course.
But let's say number one is a border and taking hundreds of thousands of criminals that have been allowed into our country.
We're going to build the wall again.
Bringing it back to
again.
Guatemala. By the way, not only the 4 countries that we think of as neighbors, all over the world. Last month, we had 149 countries represented. Think of it. We had 149 countries represented, Tucker, from places.
Old Tuggy boy.
Coming into our country. And they're coming in from mental institutions, and they're coming in from prisons. They're emptying out their prisons all over South America. They're emptying out their mental institutions. Terrorists are pouring into our country. We have no idea. I had the strongest border in the history of our country, and I built almost 500 miles of wall. They like to say, oh, was it less? No. I built 500 miles. In fact, if you check with the authorities on the border, we built almost 500 miles of wall. And I had another 200 that I was going to build. It's like water, it seeks. And we're going to build another 200. We built it.
I thought water came from heaven.
Install it would have taken 3 weeks. And that's when I found out. I said, I think these people actually want open borders. The first thing I would do would be, I would seal up the border good and tight, except for people that want to come in legally.
Do you think we're moving towards civil war?
Didn't he say last question?
And there's tremendous love. January 6th was a very interesting day because they don't report it properly. I believe it was the largest crowd I've ever spoken before. And some of the crowds I've spoken before. And like July 4th on the mall, I think they had 1 million people there. But I think that the biggest crowd I've ever spoken before was on January 6th. And people that were in that crowd, a very, very small group of people, and we said, patriotically and peacefully and patriotically, right? Nobody ever says that. Go peacefully and patriotically. But people that were in that crowd that day, very small group of people went down there, and then there are a lot of scenarios that we can talk about. But people in that crowd said it was the most beautiful day they've ever experienced. There was love in that crowd. There was love.
Love.
I have never.
As they chanted, "Hang Mike Pence."
Spirit
with love
and such love. And I've also never seen simultaneously
as they bear-based some
what they've done
some cops.
So do you think it's possible that there's open conflict?
Wait, last question.
No, because I don't know what it, I can say this. There's a level of passion that I've never seen. There's a level of hatred that I've never seen, and that's probably a bad combination.
Donald Trump, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oof.
Thank you.
That is a bad combination, by the way.
Bad combination. Thank you.
I better have just a few minutes. We'll go to the top of the hour. God damn, you want all the worst people tonight, don't you? Let's go to Rumble and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz.
President Trump got from Iowa. Let's talk a little bit about that before we go.
There is a warmth and an excitement to the Trump campaign that is
There's a love, a warmth, an excitement.
Join button. A member of our team is going to reach out to you, and we're going to have you engaged, helping out somewhere where we really need it, where the future of the country really could be hanging in the balance. The folks in Iowa, they represent some of what's the best about America.
Yeah.
They're patriotic, a lot of veterans, a lot of former law enforcement. And President
I better have a good animal video for you guys. You deserve it.
and beyond. So we're ready to march to victory.
There you go. And if people want more information on following Matt Gaetz, and
MattGaetz.com, would love to have you as part of our team.
There you go.
MTG4America.com. Always looking forward to meeting more folks, and we appreciate your support and your help. I'd like to add on one more thing.
Go ahead.
If there's people that are still sitting on the fence about President Trump, maybe because you don't like the way he talks sometimes, or maybe you're still offended at tweets that he made, and I really miss his Twitter, by the way, but he's got Truth Social now. I would urge you to think about the policies that we saw with President Trump for 4 great years, and that we need those policies.
We don't want them.
Come on, Don.
Come on now.
I don't want to leave.
Yeah, quick. Well,
What's happening,
what a
boys
great,
and girls?
Yeah, what a great treat we have here.
Oh shit, it's Junior.
We were just discussing some of the policies and some of the things we didn't hear on stage tonight.
Yeah, well, how about we didn't hear how any one of the people on the stage is going to prosecute the case against Joe Biden? I mean, seems like a big one in a 2024 race. I get that everyone was, for the most part. I think, Vivek was actually, sort of organic. And
Coke has entered the chat.
DeSantis was reading from a memo. Even the time he interrupted to try to make it seem organic was so, it was so fake and placed. All I saw, he needed the breakout performance. Honestly, everyone else, it was sort of open game. Ron DeSantis, a campaign in decline. He likes to steal my father's line of a nation in decline. My father's been saying for a while, he said it about 15 times tonight, pretending it's his own. Just like he's going to take the military to the cartels, also a Trump policy. He's not capable of original thought, for a long period of time. He's great when you have an influencer clipping a 5-second thing of him dunking on some local reporter that doesn't know anything. It's different on the big leagues, and you saw that. You saw a scripted response. What was perhaps most disturbing was when they asked about, well, would you pardon? Well, looking around, he was like a deer in the headlights. I mean, this is going to be the guy with the nuclear codes. Biden would make a decision perhaps more quickly than that. I think it would be the other way. But he'd actually been capable of making that decision. If you can be on that stage and you don't take the miscarriage of justice that is the prosecution of your political opposition in the United States seriously.
That's right.
You're incapable of deciding which way it goes. You need to look around the room to read because you don't have that instinct on your own. You don't belong on that stage, let alone in the White House. So he needed the breakout performance. As I said, his campaign is a campaign in decline, and I think you saw the end of it. I think, again, I don't know where Vivek was. I'll call balls and strikes. I thought his performance was the best of the night, but I don't know where he was in 20 or 18 or 16.
Right, that's a good point.
By the way, that doesn't mean maybe you weren't political. Maybe it was,
He's very coked up, yes.
But I could see tonight Ron DeSantis wasn't that guy. Actually, honestly, Mike Pence had a better night than Ron DeSantis.
Mike Pence did have a better night.
He was usually defending actual...
We all agree with Don Jr.
That worked, but that wasn't Pence policy. That was Trump policy that, the vice president takes credit for because he was part of an administration. That's different.
That's
the group that I was sitting up with, they kept saying that. That's what Trump said. That's what Trump did. That's what Trump said. That's what Trump said. I was really surprised how many times they didn't personally attack Trump as much. I thought it would be an attack.
Me too.
On Trump tonight, and I didn't really see it.
I think they don't want to bring that on themselves. They understand where the base is. Trump said 60% lead for a reason. I know Chris Trump's afraid to debate. Oh yeah, that's like saying Chris Christie is afraid of a cheeseburger. Like, relax. Okay,
God damn.
We learned that the hard way. But more importantly, people at the first Republican debate in 2016 learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
He single-handedly ended a lot of career politicians' careers that night.
That's why we wanted him there tonight.
The friends at MSDNC and the places that Chris Christie's probably looking for, the fake conservative contributor role on. I get that may resonate with them, but no one in the Republican Party actually believes that. You'd be a moron if you actually believed that.
Who drops out after this debate, in your opinion? As far
I don't know that any of them do.
I think that's what you said.
But again, you got to remember what people don't understand about all of this is so much of it's a money game.
That's right.
If Ron DeSantis was polling at 1%, Jeff Rowe's not letting him out because there's a few billionaires that'll give him a couple more million for his entities. The guy's
very coked up.
This cycle probably. He doesn't have any conviction on these things. And by the way, if he's a business guy, but that's not going to win us elections.
Well, those Wario, Newsom, and Asa Hutchinson, they're running to raise their profile.
Scoop.
So they're going to stay in as long as they can.
Either, again, we're rich or had the ability to fundraise. And, all right, sure, you should run for Senate. It's going to be wonderful. What's his win-loss record?
Yeah, that's true.
He likes to talk about Trump, but let's call balls and strikes here. Give me a break.
Did you get in the spin room?
I didn't.
I was just going to ask him that question.
Yeah, no.
I love to talk about balls.
Angry.
I was told, you're a Republican congressman that wasn't
kicking
allowed
authority
in.
to the balls.
I sort of walked through security because everyone assumed that I'd be allowed to go in, so I walked right in. I had a security.
I'm so hungry.
As I got into the spin room, you're not allowed to be here on orders of Fox executives. And by the way, I won't even call them out, but I was told I'd be able to go on, even Fox.
They kicked Junior out?
Maybe that's wrong, but
on order by Fox executives.
I assume that's Fox. Yes, Fox News told the security guard I'm not to go past this point. But being me, I started talking to the couple reporters that were there. I got a pretty good gaggle of about 30 other people, so I'm sure my opinions will get heard.
Yes.
It just won't get heard on maybe the major media. Maybe others will pick it up.
I think people are listening to him right now.
We've got a pretty
sizable and what I think people have to understand is that Fox News is functioning like
We've got a big day tomorrow, or today. It's today now.
Trying to silence their political.
You're in the Eastern Time Zone. It's today.
Rhino Paul Ryan or Rupert Murdoch or one of these people, they want to.
It is not DJ Dub. This is live.
Them in there. They want that person owing them favors, and they know they don't have that with Trump. So they've tried for 2 years to screw Trump, and it's why Trump was smart not to go to that debate because it would have just been a setup to try to give a bunch of no names.
If Trump had went to the debate, he would have wrecked him. It would have there was no there was no losing for Trump.
Yeah, but Don, look at this. We have the Fulton County DA tomorrow. She is actually arraigned him tomorrow because of his speech. Yeah. And then we had Fox News tonight silencing our speech to go in and talk about and defend his policies. And he is winning the Republican primary with over 6.
Okay, so the Washington Post has their stream set for 7 p.m. They made a thumbnail for it and everything. I assume that they know something. I've tried to look and see when exactly it is. I've got my stream set for 3 p.m. right now. I'm going to check in the morning and see if I can get a solid time, and I will update the time of the stream on YouTube. I'll let everybody know in the Discord. I'll post a guy on a buffalo. Guy on a buffalo, my friend. It looks like he will be surrendering sometime in the afternoon, but I will keep an eye out. We will cover the motorcade. I will come on 2 or 3 hours early so that we make sure that we see all of the Trumpy goodness tomorrow. Been a fun night. That Republican debate was wild. The interview with Tucker Carlson that Trump did was also wild. Oh, I owe you guys an animal video. Don Jr. is still going 90 miles an hour.
But it's kind of a big deal. Like, I wouldn't get the Hunter Biden treatment, and yet when it goes on the other side, it's fine. It's totally great. Like, it's a sad state for the country, and that's why we actually need to fight.
Whoa. So the Drudge poll says Ramaswamy, Christie, Haley, DeSantis, Pence, Scott, Bergram, Hutchinson. Wow. Now that is Republicans saying that. That is a Republican poll. Let me save this image here. I'll put it on the screen for you. So apparently this is the way that Republicans... Don Jr. agreed with us. Don Jr.'s opinion of how the debate went matched up with ours. We had it Ramaswamy, Pence, DeSantis, Christie, Haley, Scott. I do believe that was pretty much the consensus. There were minor differences in the chat, but this would be a right-wing perspective. Ramaswamy, Christie is surprising. Haley, DeSantis, Pence. It's notable that between Christie, Haley, and DeSantis, it's only a couple percentage points. It's a 4-point spread there. Ramaswamy apparently ran away with it. So I think everybody is in universal agreement that Ramaswamy won the first Republican presidential debate. Is he going to move into the number 2 spot in the polls? He's overtaking DeSantis after this. I'm still going with Marjorie Taylor Greene for vice president. He needs to win Georgia. Kerry Lake might also be a good pick, but I would say he's going with Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Told you guys you deserve a really good animal video. Bear Cubs get the zoomies. Bear Cubs get the zoomies after they take a bath. So look out for what time we're going to go live. Sometime in the afternoon, it looks like tomorrow, for Trump surrendering to the Fulton County DA. We get a mugshot. Going to post $200,000 bail tomorrow. I've got plenty of news I've already put together. Stuff to keep us occupied while we wait for developments. So yet another big day tomorrow. Sunday night, we are going to have Chris the Skis. Chris the Skis going to be on the stream on Sunday night. A huge week here on the Troll Patrol. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon. It's gonna be another fun one. Look at these damn bears. They're so goddamn cute. Climb a tree, climb a tree.